We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
The Tragedy of Othello, The Moor of Venice, by William Shakespeare. Narrated by Alexander Scourby.
Act first, scene first. Venice, a street. Enter Roderigo and Iago. Roderigo. Tush, never tell me. I take it much unkindly that thou, Iago, who hast had my purse as if the strings were thine, shouldst know of this. Iago. 'Sblood, but you will not hear me. If ever I did dream of such a matter, abhor me. Thou toldst me that thou didst hold him in thy hate. Despise me if I do not. 3 great ones of the city in personal suit to make me his lieutenant, off-capped to him. And by the faith of man, I know my price. I am worth no worse a place. But he, as loving his own pride and purposes, evades them with a bombast circumstance horribly stuffed with epithets of war, and in conclusion non-suits my mediators. For certes, says he, I have already chose my officer. And what was he? Forsooth, a great arithmetician, one Michael Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow almost damned in a fair wife, that never set a squadron in the field, nor the division of a battle knows more than a spinster, unless the bookish Theoric, wherein the togaed consuls can propose as masterly as he. Mere prattle without practice is all his soldiership. But he, sir, had the election, and I, of whom his eyes had seen the proof at Rhodes, at Cyprus, and on other grounds Christian and heathen, must be beleed and calmed by debitor and creditor. This countercaster, he in good time must his lieutenant be, and I, God bless the mark, his moorship's ancient. By heaven, I rather would have been his hangman. Why, there's no remedy. 'Tis the curse of service. Preferment goes by letter and affection, and not by old gradation, where each second stood heir to the first. Now, sir, be judge yourself whether I in any just term am affined to love the Moor. I would not follow him then. Oh, sir, content you. I follow him to serve my turn upon him. We cannot be all masters, nor all masters cannot be truly followed. You shall mark many a duteous and knee-crooking knave that, doting on his own obsequious bondage, wears out his time much like his master's ass, for naught but provender, and when he's old, cashiered. Whip me such honest knaves. Others there are, who, trimmed in forms and visages of duty, keep yet their hearts attending on themselves, and throwing but shows of service on their lords, do well thrive by 'em, and when they have lined their coats, do themselves homage. Those fellows have some soul, and such a one do I profess myself. For, sir, it is as sure as you are Roderigo, were I the Moor, I would not be Iago. In following him, I follow but myself. Heaven is my judge, not I for love and duty, but seeming so for my peculiar end. For when my outward action does demonstrate the native act and figure of my heart in complement extern, 'tis not long after but I will wear my heart upon my sleeve for doors to peck at. I am not what I am. What a full fortune does the thick lips owe if he can carry it thus. Call up her father. Rouse him. Make after him. Poison his delight. Proclaim him in the street. Incense her kinsman. And though he in a fertile climate dwell, plague him with flies. Though that his joy be joy, yet throw such chances of vexation on't as it may lose some colour. Roderigo. Here is her father's house. I'll call aloud. Iago. Do. With like timorous accent and dire yell, as when by night and negligence the fire is spied in populous cities. Roderigo. What ho, Brabantio! Signor Brabantio, ho! Iago. Awake! What ho, Brabantio! Thieves! 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 Look to your house, your daughter, and your bags! Thieves! Thieves! Brabantio at a window above. What is the reason of this terrible summons? What is the matter there? Roderigo. Signor, is all your family within? Iago. Are your doors locked? Why, wherefore ask you this? Iago. Zounds, sir, you're robbed. Oh, for shame, put on your gown. Your heart is burst. You've lost half your soul. Even now, very now, an old black ram is tupping your white ewe. Arise, arise, awake the snorting citizens with the bell, or else the devil will make a grandsire of you. Arise, I say. What? Have you lost your wits? Roderigo. Most reverend Signor, do you know my voice? Not I. What are you? My name is Roderigo. The worse are welcome. I have charged thee not to haunt about my doors. In honest plainness thou hast heard me say, my daughter is not for thee. And now, in madness, being full of supper and distempering draughts, upon malicious bravery dost thou come to start my quiet. Sir, but thou must needs be sure my spirit and my place have in them power to make this bitter to thee. Patience, good sir. What tells thou me of robbing? This is Venice. My house is not a grain. Most grave Brabantio, in simple and pure soul I come to you. Iago. Zounds, sir, you're one of those who will not serve God if the devil bid you. Because we come to do you service and you think we're ruffians, you'll have your daughter covered with a Barbary horse. You'll have your nephews neigh to you. You'll have coursers for cousins and jennets for Germans. What profane wretch art thou? I'm one, sir, that come to tell you your daughter and the Moor are now making the beast with two backs. What villain! You are a senator. This thou shalt answer. I know thee, Roderigo. Roderigo. Sir, I will answer anything. But I beseech you, if it be your pleasure and most wise consent, as partly I find it is, that your fair daughter, at this odd even and dull watch of the night, transported with no worse nor better guard, but with a knave of common hire, a gondolier, to the gross clasps of a lascivious Moor, if this be known to you, and your allowance, we then have done you bold and saucy wrongs. But if you know not this, my manners tell me we have your wrong rebuke. Do not believe that, from the sense of all civility, I thus would play and trifle with your reverence. Your daughter, if you have not given her leave, I say again, hath made a gross revolt, tying her duty, beauty, wit, and fortunes in an extravagant and wheeling stranger of here and everywhere. Straight satisfy yourself. If she be in her chamber or your house, let loose on me the justice of the state for thus deluding you. I call the tinder. Ho! Give me a paper. Call up all my people. This accident is not unlike my dream. Belief of it oppresses me already. Light, I say, light! Iago. Farewell, for I must leave you. It seems not meet nor wholesome to my place to be produced, as if I stay I shall, against the Moor. For I do know the state, however this may gall him with some check, cannot with safety cast him. For he's embarked with such loud reason to the Cyprus wars, which even now stand in act, that for their souls another of his fathom they have not to lead their business. In which regard, though I do hate him as I do hell's pains, yet for necessity of present life I must show out a flag and sign of love, which is indeed but sign. That you shall surely find him, lead to the Sagittary, the razed search, and there will I be with him. So farewell. Exit. Enter below Brabantio in his nightgown, that is his dressing robe, and servants with torches. Brabantio. It is too true an evil. Gone she is, and what's to come of my despised time is naught but bitterness. Now, Roderigo, where didst thou see her? Oh, unhappy girl! With the Moor, sayest thou? Who would be a father? How didst thou know 'twas she? How she deceives me past thought. What said she to you? Get more tapers. Raise all my kindred. Are they married, think you? Roderigo. Truly, I think they are. Brabantio. Oh, heaven! How got she out? Oh, treason of the blood! Fathers, from hence trust not your daughters' minds by what you see them act. Is there not charms by which the property of youth and maidhood may be abused? Have you not read, Roderigo, of some such thing? Yes, sir, I have indeed. Call up my brother. Oh, would you had had her? Some one way, some another. Do you know where we may apprehend her and the Moor? Roderigo. I think I can discover him if you please to get good guard and go along with me. Brabantio. Pray lead me on. At every house I'll call. I may command at most. Get weapons, ho! And raise some special officers of night. On, good Roderigo. I'll deserve your pains. Exeunt. End of Act 1, Scene 1. The scene contained 183 lines. In line 4, splud, an oath contracted from God's blood, as zounds in line 86, is a contraction from God's wounds, the reference in both cases being to Christ as of one substance with God on the cross. In 1606, King James I caused an act to be passed forbidding blasphemy on the stage, and accordingly these oaths are omitted in the folio edition of the play, while other similar expressions throughout are either omitted or softened. In lines 8 through 10, 3 great ones of the city in personal suit to make me his lieutenant off-capped to him. Off-capped means doffed their caps. The 3 great ones are 3 quite mythical characters. Iago was never an open candidate for the office of lieutenant. Neither Othello, Cassio, nor Emilia knows of such a thing, and Iago does not mention it again. He invents this story in order to disarm Roderigo's suspicion that he has been preferring Othello's interests to Roderigo's. It may be that Iago's vague distaste for Othello first crystallizes into conscious hate at this moment when he starts inventing specious reasons for it. In line 16, non suits my mediators, rebuffs my mediators. In lines 20 and 21, one Michael Cassio, a Florentine, a fellow almost damned in a fair wife. Iago sneers at Cassio's place of origin because the name connotes what Parisian or Bostonian might, and a fellow almost damned in a fair wife, which was properly punctuated by the folio as a parenthetical remark. Cassio, says Iago, is a fellow of such effeminate quality that the like could hardly be endured in a fine lady. Here, in a fair wife, in means in the person of, and wife, woman in general. In this description of Cassio, Iago is again lying in order to build up Roderigo's belief that Othello has misused him. The obscure feeling, called inferiority complex, drives him in the same direction. It is evident that Shakespeare had confidence in the ability of the actor of Iago, who thus begins his role with 2 statements that the audience must not be allowed to accept with the full faith Roderigo gives them. In line 30, be lead and calmed, a nautical metaphor meaning have the wind of Othello's favor taken from my sails, be superseded by this interloper, and in the next line, 31, debitor and creditor, a coined name of contempt for Cassio, Mr. Bookkeeper, as it were. Countercaster, one who casts accounts or reckons by counters. Along with the earlier term arithmetician in line 19, these expressions are all intended to cast contempt on Cassio as a man of books and figures, not of warlike deeds. They are later shown to be contrary to fact, except in that Cassio did apparently possess technical qualifications which Iago lacked. In lines 36 and 37, preferment goes by letter and affection, and not by old gradation. That is to say, preferment goes by influence and favoritism, and not in the old order of seniority. In lines 38 and through 40, now, sir, be judge yourself whether I in any just term am affined to love the Moor. The image is from the old tables or terms of affinity which controlled legal marriage and were posted in churches. Do I stand, asks Iago, in any such close spiritual relationship with the Moor that it is my duty to love him? Lines 59 and 60 Heaven is my judge, not I for love and duty, but seeming so for my peculiar end. That is, I do not do it for love and duty, but seeming loving and dutiful do it for my own private ends. In line 66, what a full fortune does the thick lips possess, if he can carry it thus, if he can get away with it. And in line 68, rouse him. The speech is, call up her father, rouse him. The him refers to Othello. In line 76, by night and negligence, means amid nocturnal repose. Line 100, upon malicious bravery dost thou come to start my quiet. Upon malicious bravado you come to disturb my quiet. And previously in line 90, awake the snorting citizens with the bell. That means the snoring citizens. In lines 112 and 113, you'll have your nephews neigh to you. You'll have coursers for cousins and jennets for Germans. That can be read as meaning, you'll have your grandchildren neigh to you. You'll have swift and spirited horses for cousins, and small Spanish horses for near relatives. In line 131, do not believe that from the sense of all civility, that is, deprived of all regard for. In line 136, in an extravagant and wheeling stranger, a vagabond and itinerant. There is a reference here to Othello's being a soldier of fortune, not a native of Venice. Venetian law required that the commander-in-chief of Venetian forces should be a politically disqualified alien, so that no political ambition might distract him from the strict performance of his military duties and jeopardize the security of the state. In line 149, the state cannot with safety cast him. It means dismiss him. In line 150, the Cyprus Wars. The historical date at which the action of the play took place has usually been given as 1570, on the strength of Reed's assertion that in that year Mustafa, Selimus's general, attacked Cyprus, after having effected a junction with another Turkish fleet at Rhodes. But in the play, 1. The Turks did not attack Cyprus, and 2. They were reported as intending to attack Rhodes, which had been in their hands since 1522. The date of the action of the play must therefore be placed between 1471, the year in which the Venetians assumed virtual sovereignty of Cyprus, and 1522, the year in which the Turks became masters of Rhodes. The Turkish expedition described in the play must then have been either too abortive for record in history, or entirely fictitious, for none such is known between those dates according to Malone and Reed. In line 158, lead to the Sagittary, the raised search. The Sagittary means the sign of the Archer, most likely an inn in the neighborhood of the famous Venetian arsenal. In line 175, Brabantio says, call up my brother. He means Gratiano. Scene second, another street before the Sagittary. Enter Othello, Iago, and attendants with torches. Iago. Though in the trade of war I have slain men, yet do I hold it very stuff of the conscience to do no contrived murder. I lack iniquity sometimes to do me service. 9 or 10 times I had thought to have yerked him here under the ribs. Othello. 'Tis better as it is. Iago. Nay, but he prated and spoke with such scurvy and provoking terms against your honour that, with the little godliness I have, I did full hard forbear him. But, I pray, sir, are you fast married? Be assured of this, that the Magnifico is much beloved, and hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He will divorce you, or put upon you what restraint and grievance the law, with all his might to enforce it on, will give him cable. Let him do his spite. My services which I have done the Signory shall out-tongue his complaints. 'Tis yet to know, which when I know that boasting is an honour I shall promulgate, I fetch my life and being from men of royal siege, and my demerits may speak unbonneted to as proud a fortune as this that I have reached. For know, Iago, but that I love the gentle Desdemona, I would not my unhoused free condition put into circumscription and confine for the sea's worth. But look, what lights come yond? Those are the raised father and his friends. You were best go in. Not I must be found. My parts, my title, and my perfect soul shall manifest me rightly. Is it they? By Janus, I think so. Enter Cassio with lights, officers, and torches. Othello. The servants of the Duke, and my lieutenant. The goodness of the night upon you, friends. What is the news? Cassio. The Duke does greet you, General, and he requires your post-haste appearance even on the instant. Othello. What's the matter, think you? Cassio. Something from Cyprus, as I may divine. It is a business of some heat. The galleys have sent a dozen sequent messengers this very night at one another's heels, and many of the consuls raised and met her at the Duke's already. You have been hotly called for, when, being not at your lodging to be found, the Senate sent above 3 several quests to search you out. Othello. 'Tis well I'm found by you. I will but spend a word here in the house and go with you. Enters the Sagittary. Cassio. Ancient, what makes he here? Iago. Faith, he tonight hath boarded a land carrack. If it prove lawful prize, he's made forever. I do not understand. He's married. To who? Married to... Re-enter Othello. Come, Captain, will you go? Othello. Have with you. Cassio. Here comes another troop to seek for you. Iago. It is Brabantio. General, be advised. He comes to bad intent. Enter Brabantio, Roderigo, and others with lights and weapons. Othello. Hola! Stand there! Roderigo. Signor, it is the Moor. Brabantio. Down with him! He... They draw on both sides. Iago. You, Roderigo. Come, sir, I am for you. Othello. Keep up your bright swords, for the dew will rust 'em. Good signor, you shall more command with years than with your weapons. Brabantio. O thou foul thief, where hast thou stowed my daughter? Damned as thou art, thou hast enchanted her. For I refer me to all things of sense, if she in chains of magic were not bound, whether a maid so tender, fair, and happy, so opposite to marriage, that she shunned the wealthy curled darlings of our nation, would ever have to incur a general mock, run from her guardage to the sooty bosom of such a thing as thou, to fear, not to delight. Judge me the world, if 'tis not gross in sense that thou hast practised on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs or minerals that weaken motion. I'll have disputed on. 'Tis probable and palpable to thinking. I therefore apprehend and to attach thee for an abuser of the world, a practiser of arts inhibited and out of warrant. Lay hold upon him. If he do resist, subdue him at his peril. Othello. Hold your hands. Both you of my inclining and the rest. Were it my cue to fight, I should have known it without a prompter. Where will you that I go to answer this your charge? Brabantio. To prison, till fit time of law and course of direct session call thee to answer. What if I do obey? How may the Duke be therewith satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side upon some present business of the state to bring me to him? Officer. 'Tis true, most worthy Signor. The Duke's in council, and your noble self, I am sure, is sent for. Brabantio. How, the Duke in council? In this time of the night? Bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause. The Duke himself or any of my brothers of the state cannot but feel this wrong as 'twere their own. For if such actions may have passage free, bond slaves and pagans shall our statesmen be. Exeunt. End of Act 1, Scene 2, which had 99 lines. In line 5, I had thought to have yerked him here under the ribs. It means to strike with a dagger, and the him referred to is evidently Brabantio, as is made clear in Iago's next speech. He's been giving Othello a highly spiced account of Brabantio's comments on the wedding. Iago never talks of his association with Roderigo. In lines 13 and 14, hath in his effect a voice potential as double as the Duke's. He has in actual effect, though not by law, an influence as weighty as the Duke's own. Iago was simply talking big in order to alarm Othello by exaggerating Brabantio's importance. In line 18, the Signory is the governing body of Venice. In line 19, "'Tis yet to know," I fetch my life and being from, means the world doesn't yet know. In lines 22 and 23, "And my demerits may speak unbonneted to as proud a fortune as this that I have reached." Demerits means deserts, and to speak unbonneted, to speak on equal terms, without removing the hat, as one did in the presence of a superior. Uncapped could be used in the same way. In Coriolanus, Act 2, Scene 2, bonneted has the contrary sense, having hats off in token of humility. In line 43, consuls are senators. In lines 50 and 51, "He tonight hath boarded a land carrack, if it prove lawful prize, he's made forever." Iago uses metaphors from buccaneering. Desdemona is a land carrack. A carrack was a large merchant vessel. In this sense, it would be a prairie schooner. And Othello's problem is that of the Elizabethan privateer. Will the prize court allow him to keep his booty? In answer, Cassio says in line 52, "I do not understand." Iago says he's married. Cassio says, "To who?" Presumably Cassio, who is punctilious, does not understand himself to be at liberty to avow what he knows. In line 72, "Gross in sense. Judge me the world, if 'tis not gross in sense that thou hast practised," etc., means manifest to the reason. In lines 98 and 99, "For if such actions may have passage free, bond slaves and pagans shall our statesmen be," means if Othello is allowed to commit such an outrage with impunity, Venice may just as well give up the caste system. Scene third, the Doge's palace. Enter Duke and senators, set at a table with lights and attendants. Note, it's the typical stage direction. The characters do not literally enter, but are revealed by drawing the curtain of the rear stage. Duke. "There is no composition in these news that gives them credit." First Senator. "Indeed they are disproportioned. My letters say 107 galleys." Duke. "And mine 140. Second Senator. "And mine 200. But though they jump not on a just account, as in these cases where the aim reports 'tis oft with difference, yet do they all confirm a Turkish fleet and bearing up to Cyprus." Duke. "Nay, it is possible enough to judgment. I do not so secure me in the error, but the main article I do approve in fearful sense." Sailor within. "What ho! What ho! What ho!" Officer. "A messenger from the galleys." Enter Sailor. Duke. "Now, the business?" Sailor. "The Turkish preparation makes for Rhodes. So was I bid report here to the state by Signor Angelo." Duke. "How say you by this change?" First Senator. "This cannot be by no assay of reason. 'Tis a pageant to keep us in false gaze. When we consider the importancy of Cyprus to the Turk, and let ourselves again but understand that as it more concerns the Turk than Rhodes, so may he with more facile question bear it, for that it stands not in such warlike brace, but altogether lacks the abilities that Rhodes is dressed in. If we make thought of this, we must not think the Turk is so unskilful to leave that latest which concerns him first, neglecting an attempt of ease and gain, to wake and wage a danger profitless." Duke. "Nay, in all confidence he's not for Rhodes." Officer. "Here is more news." Enter a messenger. Messenger. "The Ottomites, reverend and gracious, steering with due course toward the Isle of Rhodes, have there enjointed them with an after fleet." First Senator. "Aye, so I thought. How many as you guess?" Messenger. "Of 30 sail. And now they do re-stem their backward course, bearing with frank appearance their purposes toward Cyprus. Signor Montano, your trusty and most valiant servitor, with his free duty recommends you thus, and prays you to believe him." Duke. "'Tis certain then for Cyprus. Marcus Leucocos is not here in town?" First Senator. "He's now in Florence." Duke. "Write from us. Wish him post haste dispatch." First Senator. "Here comes Brabantio and the valiant Moor." Enter Brabantio, Othello, Cassio, Iago, Roderigo, and officers. Duke. "Valiant Othello, we must straight employ you against the general enemy Ottoman." To Brabantio. "I did not see you. Welcome, gentle Signor. We lacked your counsel and your help tonight." Brabantio. So did I yours. Could your grace pardon me? Neither my place nor aught I heard of business hath raised me from my bed, nor doth the general care take hold on me. For my particular grief is of so floodgate and o'erbearing nature that it engluts and swallows other sorrows, and is still itself. Why, what's the matter? My daughter! Oh, my daughter! All dead? Brabantio, aye, to me. She is abused, stolen from me, and corrupted by spells and medicines bought of mountebanks. For nature so preposterously to err, being not deficient, blind, or lame of sense, sans witchcraft could not. Duke, where he be that in this foul proceeding hath thus beguiled your daughter of herself, and you of her, the bloody book of law you shall yourself read in the bitter letter after your own sense. Yea, though our proper son stood in your action. Brabantio, humbly I thank your grace. Here is the man, this Moor, whom now it seems your special mandate for the state affairs hath hither brought. All, we are very sorry for it. Duke to Othello, what in your own part can you say to this? Brabantio, nothing but this is so. Othello, most potent, grave, and reverend seniors, my very noble and approved good masters, that I have ta'en away this old man's daughter, it is most true. True, I have married her. The very head and front of my offending hath this extent, no more. Rude am I in my speech, and little blessed with the soft phrase of peace. For since these arms of mine had 7 years' pith, till now some 9 moons wasted, they have used their dearest action in the tented field, and little of this great world can I speak more than pertains to feats of broil and battle. And therefore little shall I grace my cause in speaking for myself. Yet, by your gracious patience, I will a round unvarnished tale deliver of my whole course of love. What drugs, what charms, what conjuration, and what mighty magic, for such proceedings am I charged withal, I won his daughter. Brabantio, a maiden never bold, of spirit so still and quiet that her motion blushed at herself, and she, in spite of nature, of years, of country, credit, everything, to fall in love with what she feared to look on. It is a judgment maimed and most imperfect that will confess perfection so could err against all rules of nature, and must be driven to find out practices of cunning hell why this should be. I therefore vouch again that with some mixtures powerful o'er the blood, or with some dram conjured to this effect, he wrought upon her. Duke, to vouch this is no proof without more certain and more overt test than these thin habits and poor likelihoods of modern seeming do prefer against him. First Senator, but Othello, speak. Did you by indirect and forced courses subdue and poison this young maid's affections? Or came it by request, and such fair question as soul to soul affordeth? Othello, I do beseech you send for the lady to the Sagittary, and let her speak of me before her father. If you do find me foul in her report, the trust, the office I do hold of you, not only take away, but let your sentence even fall upon my life. Duke, fetch Desdemona hither. Exit 2 or 3. Othello, ancient, conduct them. You best know the place. Exit Iago. And till she come, as truly as to heaven I do confess the vices of my blood, so justly to your grave ears I'll present how I did thrive in this fair lady's love, and she in mine. Duke, say it, Othello. Her father loved me, oft invited me, still questioned me the story of my life from year to year, the battles, sieges, fortunes that I've passed. I ran it through even from my boyish days to the very moment that he bade me tell it, wherein I spake of most disastrous chances, of moving accidents by flood and field, of hair-breadth scapes, to imminent deadly breach, of being taken by the insolent foe and sold to slavery, of my redemption thence, and portents in my traveller's history, wherein of Anta's vast and deserts idle, rough quarries, rocks, and hills whose heads touch heaven, it was my hint to speak. Such was the process. And of the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. This to hear would Desdemona seriously incline, but still the house affairs would draw her thence, which ever as she could with haste dispatch, she'd come again, and with a greedy ear devour up my discourse, which I, observing, took once a pliant hour, and found good means to draw from her a prayer of earnest heart, that I would all my pilgrimage dilate, whereof by parcel she had something heard, but not intentively. I did consent, and often did beguile her of her tears, when I did speak of some distressful stroke that my youth suffered. My story being done, she gave me for my pains a world of sighs. She swore if faith 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. She wished she had not heard it, yet she wished that heaven had made her such a man. She thanked me, and bade me, if I had a friend that loved her, I should but teach him how to tell my story, and that would woo her. Upon this heat I spake. She loved me for the dangers I had passed, and I loved her that she did pity them. This only is the witchcraft I have used. Here comes the lady. Let her witness it. To this point we have read 170 lines of Act 1, Scene 3. In line 6, as in these cases where the aim reports, 'tis oft with difference, the aim means conjecture. Lines 10 through 12, I do not so secure me in the error, but the main article I do approve in fearful sense. I do not feel so reassured by the mere discrepancy in detail as not to credit with dreadful apprehensions the underlying main point. In line 23, so may he with more facile question bear it, so may he carry it with less effort. In line 35, an after fleet is a reserve fleet. In line 41, with his free duty recommends you thus, with his free duty informs you thus. Lines 67 through 69. The bloody book of law you shall yourself read in the bitter letter after your own sense. That is, capital punishment shall be imposed according to your own interpretation of the bitter letter of the law. In line 84, till now some 9 moons wasted, till 9 months ago. In line 95, that her motion blushed at herself. Desdemona was so still and pure by nature that she couldn't move without blushing. In line 108 and 109, then these thin habits and poor likelihoods of modern seeming do prefer against him, then these insubstantial appearances and poor likelihoods of trivial seeming do prefer against him. In line 113, or came it by request, and such fair question as soul to soul affordeth. Question means conversation. In line 129, still questioned me the story of my life, still means constantly. In line 139, and portents in my traveller's history, and behavior in my traveller's history. These adventures of Othello are closely paralleled by those related in Captain John Smith's True Travels, Adventures, and Observations, 1630. When the play was written, Smith had not yet gone to Virginia, but he had suffered all the vicissitudes Othello here mentions. In line 140, Anter's vast caves. In line 142, it was my hint to speak, such was the process, it was my cue to speak, such was the narrative. Enter Desdemona, Iago, and the rest. Duke. I think this tale would win my daughter, too. Good Brabantio, take up this mangled matter at the best. Men do their broken weapons rather use than their bare hands. Brabantio. I pray you hear her speak. If she confess that she was half the wooer, destruction on my head if my bad blame light on the man. Come hither, gentle mistress. Do you perceive in all this noble company where most you owe obedience? Desdemona. My noble father, I do perceive here a divided duty. To you I am bound for life and education. My life and education both do learn me how to respect you. You are the lord of duty. I am hitherto your daughter. But here's my husband, and so much duty as my mother showed to you, preferring you before her father, so much I challenge that I may profess due to the Moor my lord. Brabantio. God be with you. I have done. Please it your grace on to the state affairs. I'd rather to adopt a child than get it. Come hither, Moor. I here do give thee that with all my heart, which but thou hast already with all my heart I would keep from thee. For your sake, Jewel, I am glad at soul I have no other child, for thy escape would teach me tyranny to hang clogs on 'em. I have done, my lord. Duke. Let me speak like yourself, and lay a sentence which, as a grease or step, may help these lovers into your favour. When remedies are past, the griefs are ended by seeing the worst, which late on hopes depended. To mourn a mischief that is past and gone is the next way to draw more mischief on. What cannot be preserved when fortune takes, patience her injury a mockery makes. The robbed that smiles steals something from the thief. He robs himself that spends a bootless grief. Brabantio. So let the Turk of Cyprus us beguile, we lose it not so long as we can smile. He bears the sentence well, that nothing bears but the free comfort which from thence he hears. But he bears both the sentence and the sorrow, that to pay grief must of poor patience borrow. These sentences, to sugar or to gall, being strong on both sides, are equivocal, but words are words. I never yet did hear that the bruised heart was pierced through the ear. Beseech you, now to the affairs of state. Duke. The Turk with a most mighty preparation makes for Cyprus. Othello, the fortitude of the place is best known to you, and though we have there a substitute of most allowed sufficiency, yet opinion, a sovereign mistress of effects, throws a more safer voice on you. You must therefore be content to slubber the gloss of your new fortunes with this more stubborn and boisterous expedition. Othello. The tyrant custom, most grave senators, hath made the flinty and steel couch of war my thrice-driven bed of down. I do agnize a natural and prompt alacrity I find in hardness, and do undertake these present wars against the Ottomites. Most humbly, therefore, bending to your state, I crave fit disposition for my wife, due reference of place and exhibition, with such accommodation and besort as levels with her breeding. Duke. If you please, be it at her father's. Brabantio. I'll not have it so. Othello. Nor I. Desdemona. Nor I. I would not there reside to put my father in impatient thoughts by being in his eye. Most gracious Duke, to my unfolding lend your prosperous ear, and let me find a charter in your voice to assist my simpleness. Duke. What would you? Speak. Desdemona. That I did love the more to live with him, my downright violence and storm of fortunes may trumpet to the world. My heart subdued even to the very quality of my lord. I saw Othello's visage in his mind, and to his honours and his valiant parts did I my soul and fortunes consecrate, so that, dear lords, if I be left behind a moth of peace, and he go to the war, the rights for which I love him are bereft me, and I a heavy interim shall support by his dear absence. Let me go with him. Othello. Your voices, lords, beseech you, let her will have a free way. I therefore beg it, not to please the palate of my appetite, nor to comply with heat the young affects in my distinct and proper satisfaction, but to be free and bounteous to her mind. And heaven defend your good souls that you think I will your serious and great business scant, for she is with me. No, when light-winged toys of feathered Cupid seal with wanton dullness my speculative and officed instruments, that my disports corrupt and taint my business, let husifs make a skillet of my helm, and all indign and base adversities make head against my estimation. Duke. Be it as you shall privately determine, either for her stay or going. The fair cries haste, and speed must answer. You must hence tonight. Desdemona. Tonight, my lord? Duke. This night. Othello. With all my heart. Duke to the Senate. At 10 of the morning here we'll meet again. Othello, leave some officer behind, and he shall our commission bring to you, with such things else of quality or respect as doth concern you. Othello. Please your grace, my ancient, a man he is of honesty and trust. To his conveyance I assign my wife, with what else needful your good grace shall think to be sent after me. Duke. Let it be so. Good night to everyone. To Brabantio. And, noble Signior, if virtue no delighted beauty lack, your son-in-law is far more fair than black. First Senator. Adieu, brave Moor. Use Desdemona well. Brabantio. Look to her, Moor, if thou hast eyes to see. She has deceived her father, and may thee. Othello. My life upon her faith. Exeunt Duke, Senators, Officers, etc. Honest Iago, my Desdemona must I leave to thee. I prithee, let thy wife attend on her, and bring her after in the best advantage. Come, Desdemona, I have but an hour of love, of worldly matters and direction to spend with thee. We must obey the time. Exeunt Moor and Desdemona. Roderigo. Iago. Iago. What say'st thou, noble heart? What will I do, think'st thou? Why, go to bed and sleep. I will incontinently drown myself. Well, if thou dost, I shall never love thee after it. Why, thou silly gentleman? It is silliness to live when to live is a torment, and then have we a prescription to die when death is our physician. Oh, villainous! I have looked upon the world for 4 times 7 years, and since I could distinguish between a benefit and an injury, I never found a man that knew how to love himself. Ere I would say I would drown myself for the love of a guinea hen, I would change my humanity with a baboon. What should I do? I confess it is my shame to be so fond, but it is not in my virtue to amend it. Virtue a fig! 'Tis in ourselves that we are thus or thus. Our bodies are gardens, to the which our wills are gardeners, so that if we will plant nettles or sow lettuce, set hyssop and weed up thyme, supply it with one gender of herbs or distract it with many, either to have it sterile with idleness or manured with industry, why, the power and corrigible authority of this lies in our wills. If the balance of our lives had not one scale of reason to poise another of sensuality, the blood and baseness of our natures would conduct us to most preposterous conclusions. But we have reason to cool our raging motions, our carnal stings, our unbitted lusts, whereof I take this that you call love to be a sect or scion. Cannot be. It is merely a lust of the blood and a permission of the will. Come, be a man. Drown thyself. Drown cats and blind puppies. I profess me thy friend, and I confess me knit to thy deserving with cables of perdurable toughness. I could never better stead thee than now. Put money in thy purse. Follow these wars. Defeat thy favour with an usurped beard. I say, put money in thy purse. It cannot be that Desdemona should long continue her love unto the Moor. Put money in thy purse, nor he his to her. It was a violent commencement, and thou shalt see an answerable sequestration. Put but money in thy purse. These Moors are changeable in their wills. Fill thy purse with money. The food that to him now is as luscious as locusts shall be to him shortly as acerb as the coloquintida. She must change for youth. When she is sated with his body, she will find the error of her choice. She must have change. She must. Therefore, put money in thy purse. If thou wilt needs damn thyself, do it a more delicate way than drowning. Make all the money thou canst. If sanctimony and a frail vow betwixt an erring barbarian and a supersubtle Venetian be not too hard for my wits and all the tribe of hell, thou shalt enjoy her. Therefore, make money. A pox a drowning, 'tis clean out of the way. Seek thou rather to be hanged in compassing thy joy than to be drowned and go without her. Wilt thou be fast to my hopes if I depend on the issue? Thou art sure of me. Go, make money. I've told thee often, and I tell thee again and again, I hate the Moor. My cause is hearted, Thine hath no less reason. Let us be conjunctive in our revenge against him. If thou canst cuckold him, thou dost thyself a pleasure, me a sport. There are many events in the womb of time which will be delivered. Travis, go, provide thy money. We will have more of this tomorrow. Adieu.
Where shall we meet in the morning?
At my lodging.
I'll be with thee betimes.
Go to, farewell. Do you hear, Roderigo?
What say you?
No more of drowning. Do you hear?
I'm changed. I'll sell all my land.
Go to, farewell. Put money enough in your purse. Exit Roderigo. Thus do I ever make my fool my purse. For I mine own gained knowledge should profane, if I would time expend with such a snipe, but for my sport and profit. I hate the Moor, and it is thought abroad that twixt my sheets he's done my office. I know not if it be true, but I for mere suspicion in that kind will do as if for surety. He holds me well, the better shall my purpose work on him. Cassio's a proper man. Let me see now. To get his place, and to plume up my will in double knavery. How, let's see. After some time, to abuse Othello's ear that he is too familiar with his wife. He has a person and a smooth disposed to be suspected, framed to make women false. The Moor, a free and open nature too, that thinks men honest that but seem to be so, and will as tenderly be led by the nose as asses are. I have't. It is engendered. Hell and night must bring this monstrous birth to the world's light. Exit. End of Act 1, Scene 3. On this side, we've read of the scene, lines 171 through 403. Lines 202 to 219, beginning, when remedies are past, the griefs are ended, by seeing the worst, which late on hopes depended. These staccato rhyming couplets are introduced, as prose is later, for contrast and orchestral effect. After a great movement in blank verse, which is the idiom of youth, romance, and passion, Shakespeare brings in the balanced rhyme, which is the idiom of age, caution, and experience. The same means are employed in Romeo and Juliet, as the balcony scene is linked to the scene at Friar Lawrence's cell. Lines 206 and 7. What cannot be preserved when fortune takes, patience her injury a mockery makes. Part of the art of the gnomic couplet lay in confusion of the prose order of words. The sense here is, when fortune takes what cannot be preserved, patience makes a mockery of fortune's injury. Lines 216 and 217. These sentences, to sugar or to gall, being strong on both sides, are equivocal. Having converse and opposed powers, are capable of either sweetening or embittering. Lines 232 through 234. I do agnize a natural and prompt alacrity I find in hardness. I do acknowledge a natural and prompt sympathy that I find in austerity. Lines 245 and 246. To my unfolding lend your prosperous ear, and let me find a charter in your voice. To my explanation lend your favoring ear, and let me find official sanction in your voice. Line 251. Even to the very quality of my lord. Quality means profession. Lines 268 through 274. No, when light-winged toys of feathered Cupid seal, blind, with wanton dullness my speculative and officed instruments, my eyes which should see and perform duties, that my disports, my pleasures, corrupt and taint my business, let hussets make a skillet of my helm, let housewives make a kettle of my helmet, and all in dine and base adversities make head against my estimation, and all unworthy and base adversities take arms against my fame. The word seal, S-E-E-L, is literally a hawking term, meaning to sew the lids of a falcon's eyes together in order to restrict the sight while the bird is being trained, thence used metaphorically in a variety of senses, such as to blind, cover, conceal, restrain. Line 305, I will incontinently drown myself. I will immediately drown myself. Line 332 and 333, our unbitted lusts, our unbridled lusts, whereof I take this that you call love to be a sect, a variety, or scion, offshoot. 341. Defeat thy favor with an usurped beard. Disguise thy face with a false beard. Line 346. An answerable sequestration. A similarly hasty parting. Lines 349 and 350. The food that to him now is as luscious as locusts, as cassia fistula, a sweet fruit, shall be to him shortly as acerb, as bitter, as the coloquintida, the colocynth, an intensely bitter drug imported from Cyprus. Line 356. An erring barbarian, a roving barbarian. Line 367. My cause is hearted. My cause is deep-seated in the heart. Lines 386 through 389. It is thought abroad that twixt my sheets he's done my office. I know not if 't be true, but I for mere suspicion in that kind will do as if for surety. Now the author's purpose is not to discredit Emilia or Othello, who are clearly innocent, but to show that Iago, unlike Othello, has a morbidly jealous nature, and is morbidly seeking to rationalize the obscure hostility he feels. 391. Cassio's a proper man, a fine, good-looking man. Line 393. To get his place, and to plume up my will in double knavery, referring to the two purposes mentioned in the preceding line, to get Cassio's place and plume up or pamper Iago's injured ego. Iago, whose reputation for honesty revolts him as a reflection on his intellect, finds a real solace in picturing himself as a clever knave.
We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Act Second. Scene First. Famagosta, capital of Cyprus, an open place near the quay. The place not definitely mentioned is evidently Famagosta, which the Turks captured after a famous siege that lasted from 1569 till 1571. The time is a Saturday afternoon, something over a week after the close of Act 1. Enter Montano, governor of Cyprus, with two other gentlemen. Montano. What from the Cape can you discern at sea? First Gentleman. Nothing at all. It is a high-wrought flood. I cannot twixt the haven and the main descry a sail. Montano. Methinks the wind does speak aloud at land. A fuller blast ne'er shook our battlements. If it hath ruffianed so upon the sea, what ribs of oak, when mountains melt on them, can hold the mortise? What shall we hear of this? Second Gentleman. A segregation of the Turkish fleet. For do but stand upon the foaming shore, the chidden billow seems to pelt the clouds. The wind-shaked surge, with high and monstrous mane, seems to cast water on the burning bear, and quench the guards of th' ever-fixed pole. I never did like molestation view on the enchafed flood. Montano. If that the Turkish fleet be not ensheltered and embayed, they are drowned. It is impossible they bear it out. Enter a third gentleman. Third Gentleman. News, lads, our wars are done. The desperate tempest hath so banged the Turks that their designment halts. A noble ship of Venice hath seen a grievous wrack and sufferance on most part of their fleet. Montano. How? Is this true? Third gentleman. The ship is here put in, La Veronesa. Michael Cassio, lieutenant of the warlike Moor Othello, has come on shore. The Moor himself at sea, and is in full commission here for Cyprus. Montano. I'm glad on't. 'Tis a worthy governor. Third gentleman. But this same Cassio, though he speak of comfort touching the Turkish loss, yet he looks sadly and prays the Moor be safe, for they were parted with foul and violent tempest. Montano. Pray heaven he be, for I have served him, and the man commands like a full soldier. Let's to the seaside, ho! As well to see the vessel that's come in as to throw out our eyes for brave Othello, even till we make the main and the aerial blue an indistinct regard. Third gentleman. Come, let's do so, for every minute is expectancy of more arrivance. Enter Cassio. Cassio. Thanks to the valiant of this warlike isle that so approve the Moor, and let the heavens give him defence against the elements, for I've lost him on a dangerous sea. Montano. Is he well shipped? Cassio. His bark is stoutly timbered, and his pilot a very expert and approved allowance. Therefore my hopes, not surfeited to death, stand in bold cure. Messenger within. A sail, a sail, a sail! Enter a messenger. Cassio. What noise? Messenger. The town is empty. On the brow of the sea stand ranks of people, and they cry a sail. Cassio. My hopes do shape him for the governor. A shot. Second gentleman. They do discharge the shot of courtesy, our friends at least. Cassio. I pray you, sir, go forth and give us truth who 'tis that is arrived. Second gentleman. I shall. Exit. Montano. But, good lieutenant, is your general wived? Cassio. Most fortunately. He hath achieved a maid that paragons description and wild fame, one that excels the quirks of blazoning pens, and in the essential vesture of creation does tire the engine giver. Enter second gentleman. Now, who is put in? Second gentleman. 'Tis one Iago, ancient to the general. Cassio. He's had most favourable and happy speed. Tempests themselves, high seas and howling winds, the guttered rocks and congregated sands, traitors and steeped to clog the guiltless keel, as having sense of beauty, do omit their mortal natures, letting go safely by the divine Desdemona. Montano. What is she? Cassio. She that I spoke of, our great captain's captain, left in the conduct of the bold Iago, whose footing here anticipates our thoughts a se'nnight speed. Great Jove, Othello guard, and swell his sail with thine own powerful breath, that he may bless this bay with his tall ship, make love's quick pants in Desdemona's arms, give renewed fire to our extincted spirits, and bring all Cyprus comfort. Enter Desdemona, Iago, Emilia, and Roderigo, with attendants. Cassio. Oh, behold, the riches of the ship is come ashore. Ye men of Cyprus, let her have your knees. Hail to thee, lady, and the grace of heaven before, behind thee, and on every hand, and wheel thee round. Desdemona. I thank you, valiant Cassio. What tidings can you tell me of my lord? Cassio. He is not yet arrived, nor know I aught but that he's well and will be shortly here. Desdemona. Oh, but I fear. How lost you company? Cry within. A sail, a sail! Cassio. The great contention of the sea and skies parted our fellowship, but hark, a sail. Guns heard. Second gentleman. They give their greeting to the citadel. This likewise is a friend. Cassio. See for the news. Exit second gentleman. Good ancient, you are welcome. Kisses Emilia. Welcome, mistress. Let it not gall your patience, good Iago, that I extend my manners. 'Tis my breeding that gives me this bold show of courtesy. Iago. Sir, would she give you so much of her lips as of her tongue she oft bestows on me, you'd have enough. Desdemona. Alas, she has no speech. Iago. In faith, too much. I find it still when I have list to sleep. Marry, before your ladyship, I grant she puts her tongue a little in her heart, and chides with thinking. Emilia. You have little cause to say so. Iago. Come on. Your pictures out of doors, bells in your parlors, wildcats in your kitchens, saints in your injuries, devils being offended, players in your husifry, and husifs in your beds. Desdemona. Oh, fie upon thee, slanderer! Iago. Nay, it is true, or else I am a Turk. You rise to play, and go to bed to work. Emilia. You shall not write my praise. Iago. No, let me not. Desdemona. What wouldst thou write of me if thou shouldst praise me? Iago. O gentle lady, do not put me to't, for I am nothing if not critical. Desdemona. Come on, essay. There's one gone to the harbour? Iago. Ay, madam. Desdemona. I am not merry, but I do beguile the thing I am by seeming otherwise. Come, how wouldst thou praise me? Iago. I am about it. But indeed my invention comes from my pate as bird-lime does from frieze. It plucks out brains and all. But my muse labours, and thus she is delivered. If she be fair and wise, fairness and wit, the one's for use, the other useth it. Desdemona. Well praised. How if she be black and witty? Iago. If she be black and thereto have a wit, she'll find a white that shall her blackness fit. Desdemona. Worse and worse. Emilia. How if fair and foolish? Iago. She never yet was foolish that was fair, for even her folly helped her to an heir. Desdemona. These are old fond paradoxes to make fools laugh at the alehouse. What miserable praise hast thou for her that's foul and foolish? Iago. There's none so foul and foolish thereunto, but does foul pranks, which fair and wise ones do. Desdemona. O heavy ignorance that praises the worst best! But what praise couldst thou bestow on a deserving woman indeed, one that in the authority of her merits did justly put on the vouch of very malice itself? Iago. She that was ever fair and never proud, had tongue at will and yet was never loud, never lacked gold and yet went never gay, fled from her wish and yet said, Now I may. She that being angered, her revenge being nigh, bade her wrong stay and her displeasure fly. She that in wisdom never was so frail to change the cod's head for the salmon's tail. She that could think and ne'er disclose her mind, see suitors following and not look behind. She was a wight, if ever such wights were. Desdemona. To do what? Iago. To suckle fools and chronicle small beer. Desdemona. Almost lame and impotent conclusion. Do not learn of him, Emilia, though he be thy husband. How say you, Cassio? Is he not a most profane and liberal counsellor? Cassio. He speaks, oh, madam, you may relish him more in the soldier than in the scholar. Iago. Aside. He takes her by the palm. Ay, well said. Whisper. With as little a web as this will I ensnare as great a fly as Cassio. I smile upon her, do. I will jive thee in thine own courtship. Cassio speaks to Desdemona in dumb show. You say true, 'tis so indeed. If such tricks as these strip you out of your lieutenantry, it had been better you had not kissed your 3 fingers so oft, which now again you are most apt to play the sir in. Very good, well kissed, an excellent courtesy, 'tis so indeed. Yet again your fingers to your lips. Would they were clyster pipes for your sake. Trumpets within. The Moor, I know his trumpet. Cassio. 'Tis truly so. Desdemona. Let's meet him and receive him. Cassio. Lo, where he comes. Enter Othello and attendants. Othello. O my fair warrior. Desdemona. My dear Othello. Othello. It gives me wonder great as my content to see you here before me. O my soul's joy! If after every tempest come such calms, may the winds blow till they have wakened death. And let the labouring bark climb hills of seas, Olympus high, and duck again as low as hell's from heaven. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy. For I feel my soul hath her content so absent, that not another comfort like to this subsides in unknown fate. The heavens forbid but that our loves and comforts should increase even as our days do grow. Othello. Amen to that, sweet powers. I cannot speak enough of this content here. Stops me here. It is too much of joy. And this, the greatest discords be, that e'er our hearts shall make. Iago is sung. Oh, you are well tuned now, but I'll set down the pace that makes this pursuit as honest as I am. Othello. Come, let us to the castle. News, friends, our wars are done. The Turks are drowned. How does my old acquaintance of this isle? Honey, you shall be well desired in Cyprus. I have found great love amongst them. Oh, my sweet, I prattle out of fashion, and I dote in mine own comforts. I prithee, good Iago, go to the bay and disembark my coffers. Bring thou the master to the citadel. He is a good one, and his worthiness has challenged much respect. Come, Desdemona. Once more, well met at Cyprus. Exeunt Othello and Desdemona, with all except Iago and Roderigo. Iago, Roderigo. Do thou meet me presently at the harbor. Come hither. If thou beest bad, and as they say, base men being in love have then a nobility in their natures more than is native to them, list me. The lieutenant tonight watches on the court of God. First I must tell thee, Desdemona is directly in love with thee. This then which is not possible. Lay thy finger thus, and let thy soul be instructed. Mark me with what violence she first loved the Moor, but for bragging and telling her fantastical lies, and will she love him still for prating? Let not thy discreet heart think her eyes be there, and what delight shall she have to look on them yet? When the blood is made dull with the act of sport, there should be again to inflame it, and to give satiety a fresh appetite, loveliness in favor, sympathy in years, manners, and beauties, all which the Moor is defective in. Now, for want of these required conveniences, her delicate tenderness will find itself abused, begin to heave the gore, disrelish and abhor the Moor. Very nature will instruct her in it and compel her to some second choice. Now, sir, this grant, as it is a most pregnant and unforced position, who stands so eminently in the degree of misfortune as Cassio does? A knave very voluble, no farther conscionable than in putting on the mere form of civil and humane seeming for the better compassing of his sore and hidden affection. Why none? A subtle, slippery knave, a finder out of occasions, that has an eye, can stamp and counterfeit advantages, though true advantage never presents. A devilish knave. Besides, the knave is handsome, young, and hath all those requisites in him that folly and green minds look under. A vestal and complete knave, and the woman has found him already. He cannot believe that in her. She's full of most blessed condition. Blessed fig's head, the wine she drinks is made of grapes. If she had been blessed, she would never have loved the Moor. Blessed pudding! Didst thou not see her paddle with the palm of his hand? Didst not mark that? Yes, that I did, but that was for courtesy. Lechery by this hand, an index and obscure prologue to the history of lust and foul thoughts. They met so near with their lips that their breaths embraced together. Villainous thoughts, Roderigo. When these mutualities so marshal the way, hard at hand comes the master and main exercise, the incorporate conclusion. But, sir, be you ruled by me. I brought you from Venice. Watch you tonight. For your command, I'll lay it upon you. Cassio knows you know. I'll not be far from you. Do you find some occasion to anger Cassio, either by speaking too loud, or tainting his discipline, or from what other cause you please, which the time shall more favorably menace? Well, sir, he is rash and very sudden in choler, and haply with his truncheon may strike at you. Provoke him that he may, for even out of that will I cause these of Cyprus to mutiny, whose qualification shall come into no true taste again but by the displanting of Cassio. So shall you have a shorter journey to your desires, by the means I shall then have to prefer them, and the impediment most profitably removed, without the which there were no expectation of our prosperity. I will do this if you can bring it to any opportunity. I warrant thee. Meet me by and by at the citadel. I must fetch his necessaries ashore. Farewell. That you. Exit but resume. That Cassio loves her, I do well believe. That she loves him, 'tis apt and of great credit. The Moor, howbeit that I endure him not, is of a constant, noble, loving nature, and I dare think he'll prove to Desdemona a most dear husband. Now, I do love her too, not out of absolute lust, though peradventure I stand accounted for as great a sin, but partly led to diet my revenge, for that I do suspect a lusty Moor hath leaped into my seat. The thought whereof doth like a poisonous mineral gnaw my inwards, and nothing can nor shall content my soul till I am even with him, wife for wife. Or failing so, yet that I put the Moor at least into a jealousy so strong that judgment cannot cure. Which thing to do, if this poor trash of Venice, whom I thrash for his quick hunting, stand the putting on, I'll have a Michael Cassio on the hip. Abuse him to the Moor in the rank garb, for I fear Cassio with my nightcap too. Make the Moor thank me, love me, and reward me for making him egregiously an ass, and practicing upon his peace and quiet even to madness. 'Tis here, yet confused, knavery's plain face is never seen with you. End of Act 2, Scene 1. The scene contained 315 lines. In line 3, main means the open ocean, and the phrase twixt the haven and the main, between the harbor and the point where the sea fades into the horizon. The folio reading twixt the heaven and the main. In line 9, can hold the mortars. What ribs of oak when mountains melt on them can hold the mortars and remain unshattered. In line 10, a segregation of the Turkish fleet, a dispersal of the Turkish fleet. In line 48 and 49, his pilot a very expert and approved allowance, of very allowed and approved expert. Lines 50 and 51, therefore my hopes, not surfeited to death, stand in bold cure. Therefore, while not foolishly overconfident, I am emboldened to hope for the best, a condensed figure, almost incapable of precise literal paraphrase. In line 51, messenger within, a sail, a sail, a sail. The folio dispenses with the messenger, making this speech an offstage cry, and assigning his subsequent speech to one of the gentlemen already on the stage. Throughout this scene, the quarto and folio texts are frequently at variance in the stage directions and assignment of speeches to the various characters, reflecting the difficulties of the early producers in coping with the complicated action of the crowded stage. The present text generally follows the quarto, which here as elsewhere gives more thoughtful attention to the prepared. Lines 61 through 65. He hath achieved a maid that paragons description, surprising description, and wild fame, one that excels the quirks, the subtleties, of blazoning, stalling pen. And in the sensual vesture of creation, the beauties of soul with which nature has clothed, does tire the ingenuity. What Shakespeare here wrote hath fathered all editors, and evidently fathered the earliest printers. The folio, attempting to follow copy, produces a nonsense word, does tire the ingenuer. The quarto evades the truth by inventing a flat paraphrase, does bear all excellence. The suggested emendations of earlier editors have read little sense into the passage. The present reason, assuming that the folio compositor, faced with utterly illegible copy, dropped a G from the word, renders the sentence plausible. Ingen, I-N-G-E-N, Ingi, engine, Latin, game, meant native talent, mother wit, the mental and moral qualities which come from nature rather than art, and in Platonic conception belong to the inner rather than the outer view. The word in this sense was common in Elizabethan and Jacobean literature, and was even used for the names of characters who, like Ingen and Nathan Field's Amends for Ladies, circa 1612, represented the fountain of humanity, the prize of every virtue, moral and divine. In the present passage, as in Field, the Ingen giver is nature, who by Cassio's image tires herself by the multitude of her benefactions to Desdemona. Lines 64 and 65 laud her beauty of soul, as lines 62 and 63 do her outward beauty. Cassio was a Florentine, and thereby something of a Platonist. Line 70, traitors ensteeped to clog the guiltless keel, submerged traitors. Line 72, do omit their mortal nature, their deadly nature. Line 77, a senile spear, a week's spear. Line 98, let it not gall your patience with Iago that I extend my matters, that I elaborate my matters. Line 104, I find it still when I have list to sleep, when I have inclination to sleep. Lines 109 through 112, there are pictures out of doors to paint your faces, bells in your parlors, jangles in your parlors, wildcats in your kitchens, saints in your injuries, adopt the saintly air from saying spiteful things, devils being offended, layers in your hussip, your housewifery, and hussips, housewives, in your beds. Pronounced husipry and huswips. The modern hussip, merely a phonetic transcription of hussip, shows the slur in pen. Line 125 and 126. I am about it, but indeed my invention, my imagination, comes from my pate as birdlime does from frieze, from rough woolen cloth. In line 164, is he not a most profane and liberal, licentious counsel? Line 170, I will jive thee hypothetically in thine own courtship, thine own courtship. Line 197, I cannot speak enough of his content. It stops me here. Here means in this heart. Line 222, lay thy finger thus on the lips, that is, be silent. Line 234, begin to heave the gourd, Vygotsky. Lines 239 through 242, a knave very bodyful, fickle, no farther, further, conscionable, conscientious, than in putting on the mere form of civil and humane seeming for the better compassing of his soul, his new and hidden affections. Line 249, and the woman has found him already, has recognized his quality. Line 252, she is full of most blessed condition, condition means quality. Lines 263 and 4, when these mutualities, these intimacies, so marshal the way, so lead the way, hard at hand comes the master and main exercise, the incorporate, the carnal conclusion. Lines 277 and 8, whose qualification shall come into no true taste again, whose pacification shall come to no satisfactory state. Line 281, the means I shall then have to prefer them, to promote them. Line 290, that she loves him, 'tis apt and of great credit, 'tis natural, 'tis very credit. Line 296, I stand accountable for as great a sin. Line 297, to die at my revenge, to feed my revenge. 306 and 7, if this poor trash of Venice, whom I thrash for his quick hunting, stand the putting on, whom I flog to make him hunt fast. The reference is to beating an ill-trained dog to make him more diligent. Stand the putting on, if Roderigo doesn't break down under the rigor of his discipline. Act 2nd, Scene 2nd. A street. Enter Othello's herald with a proclamation. Herald. It is Othello's pleasure, our noble and valiant general, that upon certain tidings now arrived importing the mere perdition of the Turkish fleet, every man put himself into triumph, some to dance, some to make bonfires, each man to what sport and revels his addiction leads him. For besides these beneficial news, it is the celebration of his nuptials. So much was his pleasure should be proclaimed. All offices are open, and there is full liberty of feasting from this present hour of 5 till the bell have tolled 11. Heaven bless the Isle of Cyprus and our noble General Othello. Excellent. Mere perdition of the Turkish fleet means complete destruction. Every man put himself into triumph, give himself up for celebrating the occasion. Officers means storerooms. Scene third. The court of God or Godfolk. Note, no new scene was necessary here on the Elizabethan stage, and none is indicated in the folios or quarters. Theobald first assigned a new location for the action after the herald's departure, and Capel first added the caption, Scene 3. Enter Othello, Desdemona, Cassio in attendance. Othello. Good Michael, look you to the guard tonight. Let's teach ourselves that honorable stop, not to outsport discretion. Cassio. Iago hath direction what to do, but notwithstanding with my personal eye will I look to. Othello. Iago is most honest. Michael, good night. Tomorrow, with your earliest, let me have speech. Desdemona. Come, my dear love. The purchase made, the fruits are to ensue. The profits yet to come twixt me and you. Good night. Exeunt Othello and Desdemona and attendants. Enter Iago. Cassio. Welcome, Iago. You must to the watch. Not this hour, Lieutenant. 'Tis not yet 10 o'clock. Our general cast us thus early for the love of his Desdemona, who, let us not therefore blame, he hath not yet made wanton the night with her, and she is sport for Jove. She's a most exquisite lady, and I'll warrant her full of game. She is a most fresh and delicate creature. What an eye she hath! Methinks it sounds a folly of provocation. An inviting eye, and yet methinks right modest. And when she speaks, is it not an alarum to love? She is indeed perfection. Well, happiness to their sheets. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stoup of wine, and here without her a brace of Cyprus gallants that would fain have a measure to the health of black Othello. Not tonight for Iago. I have very poor and unhappy brains for drinking. I could well wish courtesy would invent some other custom of entertainment. Oh, there are friends. But one cup. I'll drink for you. I have drunk but one cup tonight, and that was craftily qualified, too, and behold what innovation it makes here. I am unfortunate in the infirmity, and dare not cast my weakness with any more. What, man? 'Tis a night of revels. The gallants desire it. Where are they? Here at the door. I pray you, call them in. I'll do it, but dislikes me. Exit. Iago. If I can fasten but one cup upon him, with that which he hath drunk tonight already, he'll be as full of quarrel and offence as my young mistress' dog. Now, my sick fool Roderigo, whom and love hath turned or touched the wrong side out, Desdemona hath tonight caroused potations pottle deep, and he's to watch. 3 lads of Cyprus, noble swelling spirits that hold their honours in a wary distance, the very elements of this warlike isle, have I tonight flustered with flowing cups, and they watch too. Now, amongst this flock of drunkards, am I to put our Cassio in some action that may offend the eye? But here they come. Consequence do but approve my dream. My boat sails free for the wind and stream. Enter Cassio, Montano, and gentlemen, boys following with wine. Cassio. For God, they've given me a rouse already. Montano. Good faith, a little one. Not past a pint as I'm a soldier. Iago. Some wine, ho! Sing. And let me the cannikin clink, 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 and let me the cannikin clink. A soldier's a man. O man's life's but a span. Why then let a soldier drink. Some wine, boys. Cassio. Oh God, an excellent song. Iago. I learned it in England, where indeed they are most potent in potting. Your Dane, your German, and your swag-bellied Hollander, drink ho, are nothing to your English. Cassio. Is your Englishman so exquisite in his drinking? Iago. Why, he drinks you with facility, your Dane dead drunk. He sweats not to overthrow your Almain. He gives your Hollander a vomit ere the next bottle can be filled. Cassio. To the health of our general. Montano. I'm for it, Lieutenant, and I'll do you justice. Iago. Oh, sweet England. Sing. King Stephen was, and a worthy peer. His breeches cost him but a crown. He held them 6 pence all too dear. With that he called the tailor lown. He was a wight of high renown, and thou art but of low degree. 'Tis pride that pulls the country down. Then take thine old cloak about thee. Some wine, ho! Cassio. Oh, God, this is a more exquisite song than the other. Iago. Will you hear it again? Cassio. No, for I hold him to be unworthy of his place that does those things. Well, God's above all, and there be souls must be saved, and there be souls must not be saved. Iago. It's true, good lieutenant. Cassio. For mine own part, no offense to the general nor any man of quality, I hope to be saved. Iago. So do I too, lieutenant. Cassio. Aye, but by your leave, not before me. The lieutenant is to be saved before the ancient. Let's have no more of this. Let's to our affairs. God forgive us our sins. Gentlemen, let's look to our business. Do not think, gentlemen, I'm drunk. This is my ancient, this is my right hand, and this is my left hand. I'm not drunk now. I can stand well enough, and I can speak well enough. That's an excellent way. Cassio. Why, very well, then. Must not think, then, that I'm drunk. Excellent. Montano. The platform, masters. Come, let's set the watch. Iago. You see this fellow that has gone before? He is a soldier fit to stand by Caesar and give direction, and do but see his vice. 'Tis to his virtue a just equinox, the one as long as t'other. 'Tis pity of him. I fear the trust Othello puts in him on some odd time of his infirmity will shake this island. Montano. But is he often thus? Iago. 'Tis evermore the prologue to his sleep. He'll watch the horologe a double set if drink rock not his cradle. Montano. Well, the general will put in mind of it. Perhaps he sees it not, or his good nature prizes the virtue that appears in Cassio, and looks not on his evil. Is not this true? Enter Roderigo. Iago cycling. Now, Roderigo, I pray you, after the lieutenant go. Exit Roderigo. Montano. And 'tis great pity that the noble Moor should hazard such a place as his own second with one of an ingraft infirmity. It were an honest action to say so to the Moor. Iago. Not I, for this fair island. I do love Cassio well, and would do much to cure him of this evil. Cry within. Help! Help! But hark, what noise? Enter Cassio, driving in Roderigo. Cassio. Sounds, you rogue, you rascal! Montano. What's the matter, lieutenant? Cassio. A knave teach me my duty. I'll beat the knave into a twig and bottle. Roderigo. Beat me. Cassio. Dost thou prate, rogue? Striking Roderigo. Montano, staying him. Nay, good lieutenant, I pray you, sir, hold your hand. Cassio. Let me go, sir, or I'll knock you o'er the mazzard. Montano. Come, you're drunk. Cassio. Drunk? They fight. Iago aside to Roderigo. Away, I say. Go out and cry a mutiny. Exit Roderigo. Nay, good lieutenant. God's will, gentlemen, help, lieutenant. Sir Montano, sir, help, masters. Here's a goodly watch indeed. A bell rung. Who's that rings the bell? Diablo, ho, the town will rise. God's will, lieutenant, ho! You will be shamed forever. Enter Othello and gentlemen with weapons. Othello. What is the matter here? Montano. Sounds, I bleed still. I'm hurt to the death. Othello. Hold for your lives. Iago. Hold, lieutenant. Sir Montano. Gentlemen, have you forgot all sense of place and duty? Hold, the general speaks to you. Hold for shame. Othello. Why, how now, ho! From whence arises this? Are we turned Turks, and to ourselves do that which heaven has forbid the Ottomites? For Christian shame, put by this barbarous brawl. He that stirs next to carve for his own rage holds his soul light. He dies upon his motion. Silence that dreadful bell, it frights the isle from her propriety. What's the matter, masters? Honest Iago, that looks dead with grieving, speak. Who began this? On thy love I charge thee. I do not know. Friends all but now, even now, in quarter and in terms, like bride and groom, divesting them for bed, and then but now. as if some planet had unwitted men, swords out and tilting one at other's breast in opposition bloody. I cannot speak any beginning to this peevish odds, and would in action glorious I had lost these legs that brought me to a pardon. Othello. How came it, Michael, you were thus forgot? Cassio. I pray you pardon me, I cannot speak. Othello. Worthy Montano, you were wont to be civil. The gravity and stillness of your youth the world hath noted, and your name is great in mouths of wisest censure. What's the matter that you unlace your reputation thus, and spend your rich opinion for the name of a night brawler? Give me answer to. Montano. Worthy Othello, I am hurt to danger. Your officer Iago can inform you, while I spare speech, which something now offends me, of all that I do know. Nor know I aught by me that's said or done amiss this night, unless self-charity be sometime a vice, and to defend ourselves it be a sin when violence assails us. Othello. Now, by heaven, my blood begins my safer guides to rule, and passion, having my best judgment collied, essays to lead the way. Sounds, if I stir, or do but lift this arm, the best of you shall sink in my rebuke. Give me to know how this foul rout began. Who set it on? And he that is approved in this offense, though he had twinned with me, both at a birth, shall lose me. What? In a town of war, yet wild, the people's hearts brimful of fear, to manage private and domestic quarrels in night, and on the court and guard of safety, 'tis monstrous. Iago, who began? Montano. If partially affined or leagued in office thou dost deliver more or less than truth, thou art no soldier. Iago. Touch me not so near. I had rather have this tongue cut from my mouth than it should do offense to Michael Cassio. Yet I persuade myself to speak the truth shall nothing wrong him. Thus it is, General. Montano and myself being in speech, there comes a fellow crying out for help, and Cassio following him with determined sword to execute upon him. Sir, this gentleman steps into Cassio and entreats his pause. Myself the crying fellow did pursue, lest by his clamour, as it so fell out, the town might fall in fright. He, swift of foot, outran my purpose, and I returned the rather, for that I heard the clink and fall of swords, and Cassio high in oath, which till tonight I ne'er might say before. When I came back, for this was brief, I found them close together, at blow and thrust, even as again they were when you yourself did fought them. More of this matter can I not report, but men are men, the best sometimes forget. Though Cassio did some little wrong to him, as men in rage strike those that wish them best, yet surely Cassio, I believe, received from him that fled some strange indignity which patience could not pass. Othello. I know, Iago, thy honesty and love doth mince this matter, making it light to Cassio. Cassio, I love thee, but nevermore the opposite of mine. Enter Desdemona thus. Look if my gentle love be not raised up. Cassio. I'll make thee an example. Desdemona. What's the matter? Othello. All's well now, sweeting. Come away to bed. Sir, for your hurts, myself will be your surgeon. Lead him off. Montano's led off. Iago, look with care about the town, and silence those whom this vile thrall distracted. Come, Desdemona. 'Tis the soldier's life to have their balmy slumbers waked with strife. Exeunt Moor, Desdemona, and attendants. Iago. What? Are you hurt, Lieutenant? Cassio. Aye. Past all surgery. Nay, God forbid. Reputation. Reputation. Oh, I've lost my reputation. I've lost the immortal part, sir, of myself. And what remains is bestial. My reputation, Iago. My reputation. As I'm an honest man, I thought you'd received some bodily wound. There is more sense in that than in reputation. Reputation is an idle and most false imposition, oft got without merit and lost without deserving. You've lost no reputation at all, unless you repute yourself such a loser. What man? There are ways to recover the general again. You are but now cast in his mood, a punishment more in policy than in malice. Even so as one would beat his offenceless dog to affright an imperious lion. Sue to him again, and he is yours. I will rather sue to be despised than to deceive so good a commander with so slight, so drunken, and so indiscreet an officer. Drunk, and speak parrot, and squabble, swagger, swear, and discourse fustian with one's own shadow. O thou invisible spirit of wine, if thou hast no name to be known by, let us call thee devil. What was he that you followed with your sword? What he done to you? I know not. Is it possible? I remember a mass of things, but nothing distinctly, a quarrel, but nothing wherefore. O God, that men should put an enemy in their mouths to steal away their brains, that we should with joy, revel, pleasure, and applause transform ourselves into beasts. Why, but you are now well enough. How came you thus recovered? It hath pleased the devil drunkenness to give place to the devil wrath. One unperfectness shows me another, and make me frankly despise myself. Come, you are too severe a moraler. As the time, the place, and the condition of this country stands, I could heartily wish this had not so befallen, but since it is as it is, mend it for your own good. I will ask him for my place again. He shall tell me I am a drunkard. Had I as many mouths as Hydra, such an answer would stop them all. To be now a sensible man, by and by a fool, and presently a beast. Oh, strange. Every inordinate cup is unblessed, and the ingredients is a devil. Come, come, good wine is a good familiar creature if it be well used. Exclaim no more against it. And, good lieutenant, I think you think I love it. I have well approved it, sir. I'm drunk. You or any man living may be drunk at some time. I'll tell you what you shall do. Our general's wife is now the general. I may say so in this respect, for that he has devoted and given up himself to the contemplation, mark, and denotement of her parts and graces. Confess yourself freely to her. Importune her help to put you in your place again. She is so free, so kind, so apt, so blessed a disposition, that she holds it a vice in her goodness not to do more than she is requested. This broken joint between you and her husband entreat her to splinter, and my fortunes against any lay worth naming, this crack of your love shall grow stronger than it was before. You advise me well. I protest in the sincerity of love and honest kindness. I think it freely, and betimes in the morning will I beseech the virtuous Desdemona to undertake for me. I am desperate of my fortunes if they check me here. You're in the right. Good night, Lieutenant. I must to the watch. Good night, honest Iago. Exit Cassio. And what's he then that says I play the villain, when this advice is free I give, and honest, probable to thinking, and indeed the course to win the Moor again? For 'tis most easy th' inclining Desdemona to subdue in any honest suit. She's framed as fruitful as the free elements. And then for her to win the Moor, or to renounce his baptism, all seals and symbols of redeemed sin. His soul is so enfettered to her love that she may make, unmake, do what she list, even as her appetite shall play the god with his weak function. How am I then a villain to counsel Cassio to this parallel course directly to his good? Divinity of hell! When devils will their blackest sins put on, they do suggest at first with heavenly shows, as I do now. For while this honest fool plies Desdemona to repair his fortunes, and she for him pleads strongly to the Moor, I'll pour this pestilence into his ear, that she repeals him for her body's lust, and by how much she strives to do him good, she shall undo her credit with the Moor. So will I turn her virtue into pitch, and out of her own goodness make the net that shall enmesh them all. Enter Rodrigo. And now, Rodrigo. Rodrigo.
I do follow here in the chase, not like a hound that hunts, but one that fills up the cry. My money is all spent. I've been tonight exceedingly well cudgeled, and I think the issue will be I shall have so much experience for my pains, and so, with no money at all, and a little more wit, return again to Venice.
How poor are they that have not patience! What wound did ever heal but by degrees? Thou know'st we work by wit, and not by witchcraft, and wit depends on dilatory time. Dost not go well? Cassio has beaten thee, and thou, by that small hurt, hast cashiered Cassio. Though other things grow fair against the sun, yet fruits that blossom first will first be ripe. Content thyself a while. By the mast 'tis morning. Pleasure and action make the hours seem short. Retire thee. Go where thou art billeted. Away, I say. Thou shalt know more hereafter. Nay, get thee gone. Exit Rodrigo. 2 things are to be done. My wife must move for Cassio to her mistress. I'll set her on. Myself a while to draw the Moor apart, and bring him jump when he may Cassio find soliciting his wife. Aye, that's the way. Dull not device by coldness and delay. End of Act 2, Scene 3, which is the end of Act 2. The scene contained 389 lines. In line 23, what an eye she has, methinks it sounds a parley of provocation. Parley means a trumpet call. In line 26, and when she speaks, is it not an alarum to love, a summons to love? In line 29, well, happiness to their sheets. Come, Lieutenant, I have a stoup of wine. Iago gives up the effort to lure Cassio into indiscreet comment on the general's wife. In lines 40 and 41, I have drunk but 1 cup tonight, and that was craftily qualified too. That means diluted. And behold what innovation it makes here. Behold what the disturbance it makes here in my head. In lines 55 and 6, 3 lads of Cyprus, noble swelling spirits, that hold their honors in a wary distance, that are skittish about them, allow none to approach too close. And in the next line, the very elements of this warlike isle, the typical representatives of this warlike isle. In line 62, if consequence do but approve my dream, if the outcome only justifies my hope. In line 82, he sweats not to overthrow your Almain. Almain is a German. In line 130, he'll watch the horologe a double set, if drink rock not his cradle. You'll see the hour hand of the clock make 2 complete revolutions, that is, stay awake for 24 hours at a stretch. Iago is expert at adjusting his prevarications to what the traffic will bear. To the civilian Rodrigo in Act 1, Scene 1, he can safely picture Cassio as a military nincompoop. To the commander Montana, who doubtless knows Cassio's professional reputation, but not his personal habits, he can safely deplore the fact that Cassio is a dipsomaniac, while belauding his military competence. In line 148, I'll beat the knave into a Twiggen bottle, which in the quarto is a wicker bottle. Either slash him till he resembles a Chianti bottle covered with straw network, or
Beat him till he runs to hide himself in one of the wicker flasks we've just been using. In line 153, I'll knock you o'er the mazzard. Mazzard means head. In lines 171 and 72, are we turned Turks, and to ourselves do that which heaven has forbid the Ottomites? That is, heaven has through the storm forbidden the Turks to kill us. In line 174, he that stirs next to carve for his own raid, to satisfy his own raid. Lines 193 through 197. Your name is great in mouths of wisest censure, of wisest judgment. What's the matter that you unlace, you undo your reputation, thus, and spend your rich opinion, your good name, for the name of a night brawler? In line 207, and passion, having my best judgment colleague, blackened as with coal. In line 212, and he that is approved in this offense, he that is convicted in this offense. In line 219, if partially affined or leagued in office thou dost deliver more or less than truth. Partially affined means bound by partiality. In line 324, and treat her to splinter, to bind with splints. In lines 352 and 353, when devils will their blackest sins put on means instigate, they do suggest, tempt, at first, with heavenly show. In line 358, that she repeals him for her body's lust, that she recalls to faith, Cassio that is, for her body's lust. In 365, not like a hound that hunts, but one that fills up the cry. A cry is a pack of hounds. Rodrigo means that I merely go through the motions. Line 387, and bring him jump when he may Cassio find soliciting his wife. Jump means precisely. Act third. Scene first. Before the citadel. Enter Cassio with musicians. Cassio. Masters, play here. I will content your pains. Something that's brief and bid good morrow, general. They play. Enter the clown. Clown. Why, masters, ha' your instruments been at Naples that they speak in the nose thus? Musician. How, sir, how? Clown. Are these, I pray, called wind instruments? Musician. Ay, marry, are they, sir? Clown. Oh, thereby hangs a tale. Musician. Whereby hangs a tale, sir? Clown. Marry, sir, by many a wind instrument that I know. But, masters, here's money for you, and the general so likes your music that he desires you, of all loves, to make no more noise with it. Musician. Well, sir, we will not. Clown. If you have any music that may not be heard, do it again. But, as they say, to hear music the general does not greatly care. Musician. We had none such, sir. Clown. Then put up your pipes in your bag, for I'll away. Go, vanish into air. Away. Exeunt musicians. Cassio. Dost thou hear, my honest friend? Clown. No, I hear not your honest friend, I hear you. Prithee, keep up thy quillets. There's a poor piece of gold for thee. If the gentlewoman that attends the general's wife be stirring, tell her there's one Cassio entreats her a little favor of speech. Wilt thou do this? She is stirring, sir. If she will stir hither, I shall seem to notify unto her. Do, good my friend. Exit clown. Enter Iago. In happy time, Iago. You've not been abed, then? Why, no, the day had broke before we parted. I have made bold, Iago, to send in to your wife. My suit to her is that she will to virtuous Desdemona procure me some access. I'll send her to you presently, and I'll devise a mean to draw the Moor out of the way, that your converse and business may be more free. I humbly thank you for it. Exit Iago. I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest. Enter Emilia. Good morrow, good lieutenant. I'm sorry for your displeasure, but all will soon be well. The general and his wife are talking of it, and she speaks for you stoutly. The Moor replies that he you hurt is of great fame in Cyprus and great affinity, and that in wholesome wisdom he might not but refuse you. But he protests he loves you, and needs no other suitor but his likings to take the safest occasion by the front to bring you in again. Yet, I beseech you, if you think fit, or that it may be done, give me advantage of some brief discourse with Desdemona alone. Pray you come in. I will bestow you where you shall have time to speak your bosom freely. I am much bound to you. Exit. The scene contained 56 lines. Lines 12 and 13. The General so likes your music that he desires you, of all loves, to make no more noise with it. Of all loves means for goodness sake. Prithee keep up thy quillets in line 23. Quillets means quivers. In line 41, I never knew a Florentine more kind and honest. Iago was a Venetian, Cassio a Florentine. The latter merely means to say, I never experienced more honesty and kindness, even in one of my own countrymen, than in this man. In line 47, that he you hurt is of great fame in Cyprus and great affinity. Affinity means family connection. In line 50, to take the safest occasion by the front. Opportunity in the fable had no hair on the back of the head, and hence must be grasped by the forelock. Scene second. A room in the citadel. Enter Othello, Iago, and other gentlemen. Othello. These letters give Iago to the pilot, and by him do my duties to the state. That done, I will be walking on the works. Repair there to me. Iago. Well, my good lord, I'll do. Othello. This fortification, gentlemen. Shall we seat? Gentlemen. We wait upon your lordship. Exeunt. Scene third. The garden of the citadel. Enter Desdemona, Cassio, and Emilia. Desdemona. Be thou assured, good Cassio, I will do all my abilities in thy behalf. Emilia. Good madam, do. I know it grieves my husband as if the case were his. Desdemona. Oh, that's an honest fellow. Do not doubt, Cassio, but I will have my lord and you again as friendly as you were. Cassio. Bounteous madam, whatever shall become of Michael Cassio, he's never anything but your true servant. Oh, sir, I thank you. You do love my lord. You have known him long, and be you well assured he shall in strangeness stand no farther off than in a politic distance. Aye, lady, that policy may either last so long, or feed upon such nice and waterish diet, or breed itself so out of circumstances, that I, being absent and my place supplied, my general will forget my love and service. Do not doubt that. Before Emilia here, I give thee warrant of thy place. Assure thee, if I do vow a friendship, I'll perform it to the last order. My lord shall never rest. I'll watch him tame, and talk him out of patience. His bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. I'll intermingle everything he does with Cassio's suit. Therefore be merry, Cassio, for thy solicitor shall rather die than give thy cause away. Enter Othello and Iago at distance. Emilia. Madam, here comes my lord. Cassio. Madam, I'll take my leave. Why, stay and hear me speak. Cassio. Madam, not now. I am very ill at ease, unfit for mine own purposes. Desdemona. Well, do your discretion. Exit Cassio. Iago. I like not that. Othello. What dost thou say? Iago. Nothing, my lord, or if I know not what. Othello. Was not that Cassio parted from my wife? Iago. Cassio, my lord? No, sure, I cannot think it, that he would steal away so guilty-like, seeing you coming. Othello. I do believe 'twas he. Desdemona. How now, my lord? I've been talking with a suitor here, a man that languishes in your displeasure. Who is it you mean? Why, your lieutenant, Cassio. Good my lord, if I have any grace or power to move you, his present reconciliation take. For if he be not one that truly loves you, that errs in ignorance and not in cunning, I have no judgment in an honest face.
We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
I prithee call him back. Went he hence now? Yes, faith, so humbled that he has left part of his griefs with me. I suffer with him. Good love, call him back. Not now, sweet Desdemona, some other time. But shalt be shortly? The sooner, sweet, for you. Shalt be tonight at supper? No, not tonight. Tomorrow dinner, then? I shall not dine at home. I meet the captains at the citadel. Why, then, tomorrow night, or Tuesday morn, on Tuesday noon, or night, on Wednesday morn. I prithee name the time, but let it not exceed 3 days. If faith he's penitent, and yet his trespass, in our common reason, save that they say the wars must make examples out of their best, is not almost a 4 pincur, a private check. When shall he come? Tell me, Othello. I wonder in my soul what you could ask me that I should deny or stand so mammering on. What? Michael Cassio, that came a-wooing with you, and so many a time, when I've spoke of you dispraisingly, have ta'en your part, to have so much to do to bring him in? Why, lady, I could do much. Othello, prithee no more. Let him come when he will, I will deny thee nothing. Why, this is not a boon. 'Tis as I should entreat you wear your gloves, or feed on nourishing dishes, or keep you warm, or sue to you to do a peculiar profit to your own person. Nay, when I have a suit wherein I mean to touch your love indeed, it shall be full of poise and difficulty, and fearful to be granted. I will deny thee not. Whereon I do beseech thee, grant me this, to leave me but a little to myself. Shall I deny you? No. Farewell, my lord. Farewell, my Desdemona. I'll come to thee straight. Desdemona. Emilia, come. Be it as your fancies teach you. Whate'er you be, I am obedient. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Othello. Excellent wretch. Perdition catch my soul, but I do love thee. When I love thee not, chaos is come again. To this point, we have read 92 lines of Act 3, Scene 3. In line 12, he shall in strangeness, that is, in estrangement, stand no farther off than in a politic distance, followed immediately by, Ay, but lady, that policy may either last so long, or feed upon such nice and waterish diet, or breed itself so out of circumstances, that I, being absent and my place supplied, my general will forget my love and service, meaning he may either of himself think it politic to keep me out of office so long, or he may be satisfied with such slight reasons, or so many accidents may arise to postpone from time to time his intended reinstatement of me, that I may be quite forgotten. In line 19, do not doubt that. Desdemona means do not fear that. In line 23, watch him tame, a metaphor drawn from falcon. Hawks were tamed, that is, their fierce spirit of resistance was broken by deprivation of sleep. In line 24, his bed shall seem a school, his board a shrift. A shrift, confession. In line 60, why then tomorrow night or Tuesday morn. This tells us that the day is Sunday, and that the arrival in Cyprus occurred on Saturday. The last 4 acts of this tragedy cover about 36 hours. Line 66. And yet his trespass is not almost a fault. Not almost means almost not or scarcely. In line 70, or stand so mammering on, Mammering means hesitate. In line 74, to bring him into faith. In 82, it shall be full of poise and difficulty. Poise means weight. In line 90, excellent wretch. Wretch is, of course, an expression of utmost fondness. In line 92, and when I love thee not, chaos is come again. The most emphatic of assurances. I love you and will till the world returns to chaos. Thus ends in utter faith the plan Iago outlined in the closing lines of Act 2 for arousing Othello's jealousy. Iago. My noble lord, what dost thou say, Iago? Did Michael Cassio, when you wooed my lady, know of your love? He did, from first to last. Why dost thou ask? But for the satisfaction of my thought, no further harm. Why of thy thought, Iago? I did not think he had been acquainted with it. Oh, yes, and went between us very oft. Indeed? Indeed, aye, indeed. Discern'st thou aught in that? Is he not honest? Honest, my lord? Honest? Aye, honest. My lord, for aught I know. What dost thou think? Think, my lord? Think, my lord? By heaven, he echoes me, as if there were some monster in his thought too hideous to be shown. Thou didst mean something. I heard thee say but now thou likest not that when Cassio left my wife. What didst not like? And when I told thee he was of my counsel in my whole course of wooing, thou criedst, indeed, and didst contract and purse thy brow together as if thou then hadst shut up in thy brain some horrible conceit. If thou dost love me, show me thy thought. My lord, you know I love you. I think thou dost. And for I know thou art full of love and honesty, and weighst thy words before thou give 'em breath, therefore these stops of thine fright me the more. For such things in a false, disloyal knave are tricks of custom, but in a man that's just, they are close delations, working from the heart that passion cannot rule. For Michael Cassio, I dare be sworn I think that he is honest. I think so, too. Men should be what they seem, or those that be not, would they might seem none. Certain men should be what they seem. Why, then, I think Cassio's an honest man. Nay, if there's more in this, I pray thee speak to me as to thy thinkings, as thou dost ruminate, and give thy worst of thoughts the worst of words. Good my lord, pardon me. Though I am bound to every act of duty, I am not bound to that all slaves are free to. Utter my thoughts? Why, say they are vile and false, as where's that palace whereinto foul things sometimes intrude not? Who has a breast so pure, but some uncleanly apprehensions keep leets and law days, and in session sit with meditations lawful? Thou dost conspire against thy friend Iago, if thou but think'st him wrong, and mak'st his ear a stranger to thy thoughts. I do beseech you, though I perchance am vicious in my guess, as I confess it is my nature's plague to spy into abuses, and oft my jealousy shapes faults that are not, I entreat you then, from one that so imperfectly conjects, you take no notice, nor build yourself a trouble out of my scattering and unsure observance. It were not for your quiet nor your good, nor for my manhood, honesty, or wisdom, to let you know my thoughts. Zounds, what dost thou mean? Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of our souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. Is something, nothing, is mine, is his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. I know thy thought. You cannot, if my heart were in your hand, nor shall not, whilst 'tis in my custody. Ah, oh, beware, my lord, of jealousy. It is the green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on. That cuckold lives in bliss, who, certain of his fate, loves not his wronger. But, oh, what damned minutes tells he for, who dotes, yet doubts, suspects, yet strongly loves. Oh, misery! Poor and content is rich, and rich enough, but riches fineless is as poor as winter to him that ever fears he shall be poor. Good God, the souls of all my tribe defend from jealousy. Why? Why is this? Think'st thou I'd make a life of jealousy to follow still the changes of the moon with fresh suspicions? No. He once in doubt is once to be resolved. Exchange me for a goat, when I shall turn the business of my soul to such exsufflicate and blown surmises, matching thy inference. 'Tis not to make me jealous, to say my wife is fair, feeds well, loves company, is free of speech, sings, plays, and dances well. Where virtue is, these are more virtuous. Nor from mine own weak merits will I draw the smallest fear or doubt of her revolt. For she had eyes, and chose me. No, Iago, I'll see before I doubt. When I doubt, prove. And on the proof, there is no more but this. Away at once with love or jealousy. I am glad of this, for now I shall have reason to show the love and duty that I bear you with franker spirit. Therefore, as I am bound, receive it from me. I speak not yet of proof. Look to your wife. Observe her well with Cassio. Wear your eye thus, not jealous nor secure. I would not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty be abused. Look to it. I know our country disposition well. In Venice they do let gods see the pranks they dare not show their husbands. Their best conscience is not to leave undone, but keep unknown. Dost thou say so? She did deceive her father, marrying you. And when she seemed to shake and fear your looks, she loved them most. And so she did. Why go to, then? She that so young could give out such a scene, to seal her father's eyes up close as oak, he thought 'twas witchcraft. But I am much to blame. I humbly do beseech you of your pardon for too much loving you. I am bound to thee forever. I see this hath a little dashed your spirits. A jot, not a jot. In faith, I fear it has. I hope you will consider what is spoke comes from my love. I do see your mood. I am to pray you not to strain my speech to grosser issues, nor to larger reach than to suspicion. I will not. Should you do so, my lord, my speech should fall into such vile success as my thoughts aim not at. Cassio is my trusty friend. My lord, I see your mood. No, not much moved. I do not think but Desdemona's honest. Long live she so, and long live you to think so. And yet, how nature, erring from itself, there's the point, as, to be bold with you, not to affect many proposed matches of her own clime, complexion, and degree, whereto we see in all things nature tends. Ha! One may smell in such a will most rank, foul disproportion, thoughts unnatural. But pardon me, I do not in position distinctly speak of her, though I may fear her will, recoiling to her better judgment, may fall to match you with her country forms, and happily repent. Farewell, farewell. If more thou dost perceive, let me know more. Set on thy wife to observe. Leave me, Iago. Iago, going. My lord, I take my leave. Why did I marry? This honest creature doubtless sees and knows more, much more than he unfolds. My lord, I would I might entreat your honour to scan this thing no further. Leave it to time. Though it be fit that Cassio have his place, for sure he fills it up with great ability, yet if you please to hold him off a while, you shall by that perceive him and his means. Note if your lady strain his entertainment with any strong or vehement importunity. Much will be seen in that. In the meantime, let me be thought too busy in my fears, as worthy cause I have to fear I am, and hold her free, I do beseech your honour. Fear not, my governor. I once more take my leave. Excellent. This fellow's of exceeding honesty, knows all qualities, the learned spirit of human dealing. If I do prove her haggard, though that her jesses were my dear heartstrings, I'd whistle her off and let her down the wind to prey at fortune. Haply, for I am black, and have not those soft thoughts of conversation that chamberers have, or for I am declined into the vale of years, yet that's not much. She's gone. I'm abused. My relief must be to loathe. Curse of marriage. That we can call these delicate creatures ours, and not their appetites. I had rather be a toad, and live upon the vapor of a dungeon, than keep a corner in the thing I love for others' uses. Yet 'tis the plague of great ones. Prerogatived are they less than the base. 'Tis destiny unshunnable like death. Even then this forked plague is fated to us when we do quicken. Look where she comes. If she be false, oh, then heaven mocks itself. I'll not believe it. Enter Desdemona and Emilia. Desdemona. How now, my dear Othello? Your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited do attend your presence. I am to blame. Why is your speech so faint? Are you not well? I have a pain upon my forehead here. Faith, that's with watching. 'Twill away again. Let me but bind your head. Within this hour it will be well. Your napkin is too little. He puts the handkerchief from him and it drops. Let it alone. Come, I'll go in with you. I'm very sorry that you are not well. Exeunt Othello and Desdemona. Emilia. I'm glad I've found this napkin. This was her first remembrance from the moor. My wayward husband hath 100 times wooed me to steal it, but she so loves the token, for he conjured her she should ever keep it, that she reserves it evermore about her to kiss and talk to. I'll have the work ta'en out and give to Iago. What he will do with it, heaven knows, not I. I nothing know, but for his fantasy. Enter Iago. Oh, no. Do you here alone? Do not you chide. I have a thing for you. A thing for me? It is a common thing. Huh? To have a foolish wife. Oh, is that all? What will you give me now for that same handkerchief? What handkerchief? What handkerchief? Why, that the Moor first gave to Desdemona, that which so often you did bid me steal. Hast stolen it from her? No, faith, she let it drop by negligence, and to the advantage I being here took up. Look, here it is. A good wench. Give it me. What will you do with that you've been so earnest to have me pilch it? Why, what's that to you? Snatches it. If it be not for some purpose of enforce, give it me again. Poor lady, she'll run mad when she shall lack it. Be not known on it. I have use for it. Go, leave me. Exit immediately. I will in Cassio's lodging lose this napkin, and let him find it. Trifles light as air are to the jealous, confirmations strong as proofs of holy writ. This may do something. The Moor already changes with my poison. Dangerous conceits are in their natures poisons, which at the first are scarce found to distaste, but with a little act upon the blood burn like the mines of sulphur. I did say so. Look where he comes, answered the fellow. Not poppy nor mandragora, nor all the drowsy syrups of the world shall ever medicine thee to that sweet sleep which thou oldst yesterday. False to me? Why, how now, General, no more of that. Avaunt, begone! Thou'st set me on the rack. Swear 'tis better to be much abused than but to know too little. How now, my lord? What sense had I of her stolen hours of lust? I saw it not, thought it not, it harmed not me. Slept the next night well, was free and merry. I found not Cassio's kisses on her lips. He that is robbed, not wanting what is stolen, let him not note, and he's not robbed at all. I'm sorry to hear this. I had been happy if the general camp, pioneers and all, had tasted her sweet body, so I had nothing known. Oh, now forever farewell the tranquil mind. Farewell content. Farewell the plumed troops and the big wars that make ambition virtue. Oh, farewell. Farewell the neighing steed, and the shrill trump, the spirit-stirring drum, the ear-piercing fife, the royal banner, and all quality, pride, pomp, and circumstance of glorious war. And all ye mortal engines, whose wide throats the immortal Jove's great clamour counterfeit, farewell. Othello's occupation's gone. Is it possible, my lord? Villain, be sure thou prove my love a whore. Be sure of it. Give me the ocular proof. For by the worth of man's eternal soul, thou hadst been better have been born a dog than answer my waked wrath. Is't come to this? Make me to see't. Or at the least so prove it that the probation bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on. Oh, woe upon thy life, my noble lord, if thou dost slander her and torture me, never pray more. Abandon all remorse. On horror's head horrors accumulate. Do deeds to make heaven weep, all earth amazed. For nothing canst thou to damnation add greater than that. Oh, grace! Oh, heaven defend me, are you a man? Have you a soul or sense? God be with you. Take mine office. O wretched fool that livest to make thine honesty a vice. O monstrous world, take note, O world, to be direct and honest is not safe. I thank you for this profit, and from hence I'll love no friends, if love breeds such offence. Nay, stay. Thou shouldst be honest. I should be wise, for honesty's a fool, and loses that it works for. By the world, I think my wife be honest, and think she is not. I think that thou art just, and think thou art not. I'll have some proof. Her name, that was as fresh as Dian's visage, is now begrimed and black as mine own face. If there be cords or knives, poison or fire or suffocating streams, I'll not endure it. Would I was satisfied. I see, sir, you are eaten up with passion. I do repent me that I put it to you. You would be satisfied? Would, nay, I will. And nay, but how? How satisfied, my lord? Would you, the supervisor, grossly gape on, behold her topped? Death and damnation, oh! It were a tedious difficulty, I think, to bring them to that prospect. Damn them, then, if ever mortal eyes do see them bolster more than their own. What then? How then? What shall I say? Where's satisfaction? It is impossible you should see this, were they as prime as goats, as hot as monkeys, as salt as wolves in pride, and fools as gross as ignorance made drunk. But yet I say, if imputation and strong circumstances which lead directly to the door of truth will give you satisfaction, you may have it. Give me a living reason she's disloyal. I do not like the office, but sith I am entered in this cause so far, pricked to it by foolish honesty and love, I will go on. I lay with Cassio lately, and being troubled with a raging tooth, I could not sleep. There are a kind of men, so loose of soul, that in their sleeps will mutter their affairs. One of this kind is Cassio. In sleep I heard him say, "Sweet Desdemona, let us be weary, let us hide our loves." And then, sir, would he gripe and wring my hand, cry out, "Sweet creature," and then kiss me hard, as if he plucked up kisses by the roots that grew upon my lips. Then laid his leg over my thigh, and sighed and kissed, and then cried, "Cursed fate that gave thee to the Moor." Oh, monstrous, monstrous! Nay, this was but his dream. This denoted a foregone conclusion. 'Tis a shrewd doubt, though it be but a dream, and this may help to thicken other proofs that do demonstrate thinly. I'll tear her all to pieces. Nay, but be wise. Yet we see nothing done. She may be honest yet. Tell me but this. Have you not sometimes seen a handkerchief spotted with strawberries in your wife's hand? I gave her such a one. It was my first gift. I know not that, but such a handkerchief, I'm sure it was your wife's, did I today see Cassio wipe his beard with. If it be that or any that was hers, it speaks against her with the other proofs. Oh, that the slave had 40,000 lives! One is too poor, too weak for my revenge. Now do I see 'tis true. Look here, Iago. All my fond love, thus do I blow to heaven. 'Tis gone. Arise, black vengeance, from thy hollow cell. Yield up, O love, thy crown and hearted throne to tyrannous hate. Swell bosom with thy fraught, for 'tis of aspics' tongues. Say, be content. Oh, blood, Iago, blood! Patience, I say. Your mind perhaps may change. Never, Iago. Like to the Pontic Sea, whose icy current and compulsive course ne'er feels retiring ebb, but keeps due on to the Propontic and the Hellespont, even so my bloody thoughts with violent pace shall ne'er look back, ne'er ebb the humble love, till that a capable and wide revenge swallow them up. He kneels. Now by yond marble heaven, in the due reverence of a sacred vow, I here engage my words. Do not rise yet. Iago kneels. Witness, you ever burning lights above, you elements that clip us round about, witness that here Iago doth give up the execution of his wit, hands, heart, to wronged Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse, what bloody work soever. They rise. I greet thy love, not with vain thanks, but with acceptance bounteous. Will upon the instant put thee to't. Within these 3 days, let me hear thee say that Cassio's not alive. My friend is dead. 'Tis done as you request, but let her live.
Damn her, you minx! Oh, damn her!
Come, go with me apart. I will withdraw to furnish me with some swift means of death for the fair devil. Now art thou my lieutenant. I am your own forever. Exit. End of Act 3, Scene 3. On this side, we have covered lines 93 through 479. Line 111, and when I told thee he was of my counsel, he was in my confidence. Line 115, as if thou then hadst shut up in thy brain some horrible conceit. Conceit is idea. Lines 120 through 123. Therefore these stops of thine, these pauses, reticences, fright me the more, for such things in a false, disloyal knave are tricks of custom, habitual tricks, but in a man that's just, they are close delations, covert involuntary accusations. Lines 126 and 27, men should be what they seem, or those that be not, would they might seem none. That is, would they no longer seem or bear the shape of men. Line 140, keep leets and law days. Leets is synonymous with law days, and to keep leet means to hold court. Line 145, though I perchance am vicious in my guess, supposing, granting that I am wrong in my guess. Line 149, from one that so imperfectly conjects, imagines. Conjects is a very good word, replaced in the folio by the commoner conceits. This whole speech is here printed as in the quarto, which seems to give the earlier version. Note that, until now, Iago is implying nothing about Desdemona, but is playing on Othello's urgent official need to learn the truth about Cassio's trustworthiness, which had been so strangely impugned by the events of the night before. Lines 155 and 56. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of our soul. This is the quarto reading, which seems more authentic from the folio, their soul. In this speech, Iago begins slyly to turn his insinuations toward Desdemona, but the speech is merely his ingenious parody of Cassio on refutation. Lines 166 and 67. The green-eyed monster which doth mock the meat it feeds on, which tantalizes its victim. Line 171, Othello says, "O misery." This is an objective, not a subjective exclamation. It means, how intolerable, and is the comment of a sensitive outsider upon the horrid picture Iago is painting. In line 176, his next speech, Othello bursts into astonished outcry on perceiving that he is himself being linked with jealousy. Line 173. But riches findless is as poor as winter. Riches findless, endless riches. Lines 179 and 80. To be once in doubt is once to be resolved, freed from uncertainty. Line 182. To such exsufflicate, puffed up, empty, and blown surmises. Exsufflicate is a coined word, not instanced elsewhere, but a good one. Exsufflate would be normal. Line 195. Therefore, as I am bound, this being my duty. Lines 199 through 201. I would not have your free and noble nature out of self-bounty, inherent generosity, be abused. Look to, I know our country disposition well, our native disposition well. Line 222. My speech should fall into such vile success, consequences, as my thoughts aim not at. Line 225. I do not think but Desdemona's honest, for honest read virtuous. Lines 234 through 238. I do not in position, formal logical thesis, distinctly speak of her, though I may fear her will, recoiling to her better judgment, adjusting itself to her better judgment, may fall to match you with her country form, may fall to comparing you with the type she's been accustomed to, and happily, perhaps, repent. Lines 249 and 50, you shall by that perceive him and his means, the methods he uses. Note if your lady strain his entertainment, urge his reinstatement. 255 and 56, and hold her free, hold her guiltless, I do beseech your honor. Othello, fear not my government, my self-control. Lines 259 and 60, and knows all qualities, all kinds of people, with a learned spirit of human dealing, with a mind expert in human intercourse. Lines 260 through 263, if I do prove her haggard, though that her jesses were my dear heartstrings, I'd whistle her off and let her down the wind to prey at fortune. An elaborate metaphor drawn from Falconer. A haggard was a wild hawk caught when mature and often found to be irreclaimable, unamenable to discipline. A word with such a meaning readily lent itself to use as a term of reproach for a loose woman. Jesses were leather leg straps by which the hawk was fastened to the leash. The falconers always let the hawk fly, whistle her off, start her, against the wind. If she flies with the wind behind her, she seldom returns. If, therefore, a hawk was for any reason to be dismissed, she was let down the wind, and from that time shifted for herself and preyed at fortune. Lines 263 through 265. Haply, for I am black, and have not those soft parts of conversation that chamberers have not those effeminate talents in social intercourse wanton courtiers have. Lines 276 and 77. Even then, this forked plague, cuckold's horns, is fated to us when we do quicken in prenatal life. Line 280, your dinner and the generous islanders by you invited, generous means noble, of gentle birth. Lines 284 and 85, Othello, I have a pain upon my forehead here. Desdemona, faith, that's with watching, with lack of sleep. Lines 292 and 93, my wayward husband hath 100 times wooed me to steal it. One of the numerous hints at the lapse of a considerable amount of time, which are dropped in this part of the play, to counteract the impression of melodramatic and improbable haste. 296. I'll have the work ta'en out. I'll have the embroidery copied. 319. Be not eknonon. Admit no knowledge of. 328. With a little act upon the blood, after brief operation upon the blood. Line 342. He that is robbed, not wanting what is stolen, not missing what is stolen. 345 and 46. I had been happy if the general camp, pioneers, miners, military meaningless, and all had tasted her sweet love. Lines 355 and 56. And O ye mortal engines, cannons, whose wide throats the immortal Jove's great clamor, thunder, counterfeit, farewell. For wide throats the folio reads rude throats. In this most famous scene, the old prestige of the folio text sometimes adds the charm of familiarity to the less defensible reading. It is necessary to distinguish between what Shakespeare probably wrote and what Kean and Booth declaimed. Wide throats, and in the next line, great clamor, the folio reads dread clamors, better suit the context and Othello's dignity. The folio variants suggest that even by 1623, the language of the great speeches had suffered here and there from stagey heightening. But rude may be an honest misreading of the same manuscript word as wide. Lines 364 and 5. Make me to see't, or at least so prove it, that the probation, the proof, bear no hinge nor loop to hang a doubt on. Hinge nor loop, pivot nor strap. Lines 379 and 80. I thank you for this profit, this profitable lesson. Line 392. I do repent me that I put it to you, that I confided it to you. Line 399. If ever mortal eyes do see them bolster, then, together, more than their own. Line 403. Were they as prime, as ardent, as ghosts? 404. As salt as wolves in pride, wolves in heat. Line 406. If imputation and strong circumstances, opinion based on strong circumstantial evidence. Line 409, give me a living reason she's disloyal, a real, not a sham reason. Lines 428 through 430, Othello, but this denoted a foregone conclusion, a previous experience. Iago, 'tis a shrewd doubt, ground for dire suspicion, though it be but a dream, and this may help to thicken, give substance to other proofs. Line 435, a handkerchief spotted, embroidered with strawberry. Line 442, oh, that the slave had 40,000 lives. The reference, of course, is to Cassio. Line 447, arise, black vengeance, from thy hollow cell, thy underground prison. Lines 449 and 50, swell bosom with thy fraught, thy freight, thy burden, for 'tis of aspics' tongues, of asps, venomous snakes' tongues. Iago, pray be content, be quiet. Lines 453 through 460, the lines beginning, like to the Pontic Sea. Stevens cites Holland's translation of Pliny's Natural History, 1601, as the probable source of Shakespeare's assertion about the current of the Pontic or Black Sea, the ancient Pontus Euxinus. The first quarto omits the passage. 460. Now by yond marble heaven, inflexible heaven. Lines 464 through 468. You elements that clip us round about, that closes. Witness that here Iago doth give up the execution, the exercise of his wit, hands, heart, to wronged Othello's service. Let him command, and to obey shall be in me remorse, conscience. Line 471. And will upon the instant put thee to the test. Scene 4. Before the citadel. Enter Desdemona, Emilia, and the clown. Desdemona. Do you know, Sirrah, where Lieutenant Cassio lies? Clown. I dare not say he lies anywhere. Why, man? He is a soldier, and for one to say a soldier lies is stabbing. 2. Where lodges he? Tell you where he lodges is to tell you where I lie. Can anything be made of this? I know not where he lodges, and for me to devise a lodging and say he lies here or he lies there were to lie in mine own throat. Can you inquire him out and be edified by report? I will catechize the world for him, that is, make questions, and by them answer. Seek him, bid him come hither. Tell him I have moved my lord in his behalf, and hope all will be well. To do this is within the compass of man's wit, and therefore I will attempt for doing it. Exit clown. Where should I lose that handkerchief, Emilia? I know not, madam. Believe me, I'd rather have lost my purse full of cruzados, and but my noble Moor is true of mind, and made of no such baseness as jealous creatures are, it were enough to put him to ill thinking. Is he not jealous? Who, he? I think the sun where he was born drew all such humours from him. Look where he comes. I will not leave him now till Cassio be called to him. We have read thus far through line 33 in Act 3, Scene 4. In lines 14 and 15, Desdemona says, "Can you inquire him out and be edified by report? Make intelligent use of what you hear." And in line 26, "My purse full of cruzados," Portuguese gold coin. Enter Othello. Desdemona. "How is it with you, my lord?" "Well, my good lady." Sighed. Oh, hardness to dissemble. "How do you, Desdemona?" "Well, my good lord." "Give me your hand." "This hand is moist, my lady." "It yet has felt no age, nor known no sorrow." "This argues fruitfulness and liberal heart. Hot, hot and moist. This hand of yours requires a sequester from liberty, fasting and prayer, much castigation, exercise devout. For here's a young and sweating devil here that commonly rebels. 'Tis a good hand, a frank one." "You may indeed say so, for 'twas that hand that gave away my heart." "A liberal hand. The hearts of old gave hands, but our new heraldry is hands, not hearts." "I cannot speak of this. Come now, your promise." "What promise, chap?" "I have sent to bid Cassio come speak with you." "I have a salt and sorry rheum offends me. Lend me thy handkerchief." "Here, my lord." "That which I gave you." "I have it not about me." "Not?" "No, faith, my lord." "That is a fault. That handkerchief did an Egyptian to my mother give. She was a charmer, and could almost read the thoughts of people. She told her, while she kept it, 'twould make her amiable, and subdue my father entirely to her love. But if she lost it, or made a gift of it, my father's eye should hold her loathly, and his spirit should hunt after new fancies. She, dying, gave it me, and bid me, when my fate would have me wive, to give it her. I did so, and take heed on't. Make it a darling, like your precious eye. To lose or give it away were such perdition as nothing else could match." "Is it possible?" "'Tis true. There's magic in the web of it. A Sibyl that had numbered in the world the sun to course 200 compasses, in her prophetic fury sewed the work. The worms were hallowed that did breathe the silk, and it was dyed in mummy which the skilful conserved of maidens' hearts." "Faith, is true?" "Most veritable. Therefore look to't well." "Then would to God that I had never seen it."
"Ah, wherefore?"
"Why do you speak so startlingly and rash?"
"Is't lost? Is't gone? Speak, is't out of the way?"
"Heaven bless us,
"Say you?"
it is not lost. But what and if it were?"
"How?"
"I say it is not lost."
"Fetched. Let me see't."
"Why, so I can, sir, but I will not now. This is a trick to put me from my suit. Pray you, let Cassio be received again."
"Fetch me that handkerchief. And mind, Miss Gibbs."
Come, come, you'll never meet a more sufficient man."
"The handkerchief."
"I pray talk me of Cassio."
"The handkerchief."
"A man that all his time hath founded his good fortunes on your love, shared dangers with you."
"The handkerchief."
"If faith you are to blame."
"Silence!"
Exit Othello. Emilia. "Is not this man jealous?" Desdemona. "I ne'er saw this before. Sure there's some wonder in this handkerchief. I am most unhappy in the loss of it." Emilia. "'Tis not a year or two shows us a man. They are all but stomachs, and we all but full. They eat us hungerly, and when they are full, they belch us. Look you, Cassio and my husband." Enter Iago and Cassio. Iago. "There is no other way. 'Tis she must do't. And lo, the happiness. Go and importune her." Desdemona. "How now, good Cassio, what's the news with you?"
"Madam,
my former suit. I do beseech you that by your virtuous means I may again exist, and be a member of his love, whom I with all the office of my heart entirely honour. I would not be delayed. If my offence be of such mortal kind, that nor my service past, nor present sorrows, nor purposed merit in futurity can ransom me into his love again, but to know so must be my benefit, so shall I clothe me in a forced content, and shut myself up in some other course to fortune's arms. Alas, thrice gentle Cassio, my advocation is not now in tune. My lord is not my lord, nor should I know him, were he in favour as in humour altered. So help me every spirit sanctified, as I have spoken for you all my best, and stood within the blank of his displeasure for my free speech. You must a while be patient. What I can do, I will, and more I will than for myself I dare. Let that suffice you. Iago. Is my lord angry? Emilia. He went hence but now, and certainly in strange unquietness. Iago. Can he be angry? I've seen the cannon when it hath blown his ranks into the air, and like the devil from his very arm puffed his own brother. And can he be angry? Something of moment, then. I will go meet him. There's matter in't indeed, if he be angry. Desdemona. I prithee do so. Exit Iago. Something sure of state, either from Venice or some unhatched practice made demonstrable here in Cyprus to him, hath puddled his clear spirit. And in such cases men's natures wrangle with inferior things, though great ones are their object. 'Tis even so, for let our finger ache, and it endues our other healthful members even to that sense of pain. Nay, we must think men are not gods, nor of them look for such observancy as fits the bridal. Beshrew me much, Emilia, I was, unhandsome warrior as I am, arraigning his unkindness with my soul, but now I find I had suborned the witness, and he's indicted falsely. Emilia. Pray heaven it be state matters as you think, and no conception nor no jealous toy concerning you. Alas the day, I never gave him cause. But jealous souls will not be answered so. They are not ever jealous for the cause, but jealous for they are jealous. 'Tis a monster begot upon itself, born on itself. Heaven keep that monster from Othello's mind. Lady, amen. I will go seek him. Cassio, walk hereabout. If I do find him fit, I'll move your suit and seek to effect it to my uttermost. Cassio. I humbly thank your ladyship. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Enter Bianca. Bianca. Save you, friend Cassio. Cassio. What make you from home? How is it with you, my most fair Bianca? If fate, sweet love, I was coming to your house. Bianca. And I was going to your lodging, Cassio. What, keep a week away, 7 days and nights, 8 hours, and lovers' absent hours more tedious than the dial 80 times. Oh, weary reckoning! Pardon me, Bianca. I have this while with leaden thoughts been pressed, but I shall in a more continuate time strike off this score of absence. Sweet Bianca, giving her Desdemona's handkerchief, take me this work out. Oh, Cassio, whence came this? This is some token from a newer friend. To the felt absence now I feel a cause. Is come to this? Well, well. Go to, woman. Throw your vile guesses in the devil's teeth from whence you have them. You're jealous now that this is from some mistress, some remembrance. No, by my faith, Bianca. Why, whose is it? I know not, sweet. I found it in my chamber. I like the work well. Ere it be demanded, as like enough it will, I'd have it copied. Take it and do it, and leave me for this time. Leave you? Wherefore? I do attend here on the general, and think it no addition, nor my wish, to have him see me woman. Why, I pray you? Not that I love you not, but that you do not love me. I pray you bring me on the way a little, and say if I shall see you soon at night. 'Tis but a little way that I can bring you, for I attend here, but I'll see you soon. 'Tis very good. I must be circumstanced. Exeunt. End of Act 3, Scene 4. End of Act 3. On this side, we have covered lines 33 through 199 of Act 3, Scene 4. In line 40, a sequester from liberty, a separation from liberty. Lines 46 and 47, Othello says, "A liberal hand. The hearts of old gave hands, but our new heraldry is hands, not hearts." The commentators have brought to light sufficient early plays on the words hearts and hands to show that this was a favorite quibble. The meaning is, the joining of hands in marriage formerly meant the giving of hearts also. Nowadays, we have a formal outward union of hands without any accompanying inward union of hearts. Line 51. I have a salt and sorry rheum offends me. Rheum, R-H-E-U-M, a distressing discharge of eye or nose. The quarto has sullen rheum, which may be right. Line 57. She was a charmer, a witch. Lines 70 and 71. A sibyl that had numbered in the world the sun to course 200 compasses, to make 200 revolutions, that is, a inspired prophetess who had lived 200 years. Line 74, and it was dyed in mummy, a drug made from embalmed bodies. Line 76, most veritable, therefore look to it well. Said ironically, no doubt, Othello is inventing marvels about the handkerchief to try his wife's conscience. Line 79, why do you speak so startlingly and rash, so impetuously and fast? Lines 99 and 100, sure there's some wonder in this handkerchief. I am most unhappy in the loss of it. The admirable Emilia has been unfairly blamed for not confessing theft of the handkerchief. The next lines explain. Emilia loves and fears, and, like everybody else, fundamentally trusts Iago. She has the generous trait of imputing her husband's trying qualities to the general imperfection of men, and has not been depressed to see the great Othello behave in as childish a manner. She thinks him irritated over the temporary loss of a keepsake, and there is nothing in the situation as she understands it which would oblige her at this point to violate Iago's confidence, disobey his command, and arouse his anger. Jealousy, in her view, is a totally irrational passion, and not worth too much bother. Line 106. And lo, the happiness, go and importune her. And what luck, go and speak to her. Line 126. And stood within the blank, the range, literally the target, of his displeasure. Line 139. Some unhatched practice, some undeveloped plot. Lines 146 through 148. Nay, we must think men are not gods, nor of them look for such observancy, such tender devotion, as fits the bridal. Beshrew me much, Emilia, a mild imprecation. I was, unhandsome warrior as I am, that is, failing in this test to be a fair warrior, which was what Othello had called. Line 171, keep a week away. This passage, Lodovico's arrival with the message from the senators, presupposing their receipt of a report from Othello about the Turk's discomfiture, Roderigo's "every day thou darkest me," and various other points in the play would seem to imply that many days must have elapsed since Othello's arrival in Cyprus. Yet an unbroken sequence of time indications can be cited to show that he landed Saturday afternoon and killed Desdemona Sunday night. In this dilemma, which arises, of course, only in close study of the play, never in witnessing a performance, John Wilson, Christopher North, in 1850, proposed the theory that Shakespeare consciously or unconsciously employed double time, that is, dramatic or short time, and historic or long time. Short for maintaining the tension of the passion, long for 1,000 general needs. one for our sympathy with Othello's tempest of heart, one for the verisimilitude of the transaction. Every playwright does something of the sort. The method in Othello is particularly bold.
We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Line 172. 8 hours. 168 hours, 7 times 24. Line 176. But I shall in a more continuate time, a more uninterrupted time. Lines 191 through 193. I do attend here on the general, and think it no addition, neither advantageous, nor my wish, nor desirable, to have him see me woman, accompanied by a woman. Line 199, I must be circumstanced. I must yield to circumstances. Act 4. Scene first, before the citadel. Enter Othello and Iago. Iago. Will you think so? Think so, Iago. What? To kiss in private? An unauthorized kiss. Or to be naked with her friend abed an hour or more, not meaning any harm? Naked abed, Iago, and not mean harm? It is hypocrisy against the devil. They that mean virtuously, and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven. So they do nothing, 'tis a venial slip. But if I give my wife a handkerchief, what then? Why then, 'tis hers, my lord, and being hers, she may, I think, bestow it on any man. She is protectress of her honor, too, may she give that? Her honor is an essence that's not seen. They have it very oft that have it not. But for the handkerchief, by heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. Thou saidst, oh, it comes o'er my memory as doth the raven o'er the infected house, boding to all. He had my handkerchief. Aye, what of that? That's not so good now. What if I had said I had seen him do you wrong, or heard him say, as knaves be such abroad, who, having by their own importunate suit or voluntary dotage of some mistress convinced or supplied them, cannot choose but they must blab, hath he said anything? He hath, my lord, but be you well assured no more than he'll unswear. What hath he said? Faith, that he did. I know not what he did. What? Lie with her? With her, on her, what you will. Lie with her? Lie on her? We say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her? Zounds, that's fulsome. Handkerchief, confess and handkerchief. To confess and be hanged for his labor. First to be hanged, and then to confess. I have it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shake me thus. Noses, ears, and lips. Is possible. Confess. Handkerchief. Oh, devils! Falls in a trance. Iago. Work God by medicine, work. Thus credulous fools are caught, and many worthy and chaste dames even thus, all guiltless, meet reproach. What ho, my lord? My lord, I say. Othello. Enter Cassio. How now, Cassio? What's the matter? My lord has fallen into an epilepsy. This is his second fit. He had one yesterday. Rub him about the temples. No, forbear. The lethargy must have his quiet course. If not, he foams at mouth and by breaks out to savage madness. Look, he stirs. Do you withdraw yourself a little while? He will recover straight. When he is gone, I would on great occasions speak with you. Exit Cassio. How is it, General? Have you not hurt your head? Dost thou mock me? I mock you, no, by heaven. Would you would bear your fortunes like a man. A horned man's a monster and a beast. There's many a beast, then, in a populous city, and many a civil monster. Did he confess? Good sir, be a man. Think every bearded fellow that's but yoked may draw with you. There's millions now alive that nightly lie in those unproper beds which they dare swear peculiar. Your case is better. Oh, 'tis the spite of hell, the fiend's arch mock, to lip a wanton in a secure couch, and to suppose her chaste. No, let me know, and knowing what I am, I know what she shall be. Oh, thou art wise, 'tis certain. Stand you a while apart. Confine yourself but in a patient list. Whilst you were here o'erwhelmed with your grief, a passion most unsuiting such a man, Cassio came hither. I shifted him away, and laid good scuse upon your ecstasy, bade him anon return, and here speak with me, the which he promised. Do but encave yourself, and mark the fleers, the gibes, and notable scorns that dwell in every region of his face, for I will make him tell the tale anew, where, how oft, how long ago, and when he has and is again to cope your wife. I say, but mark his gesture. Marry, patience, or I shall say you're all in spleen, and nothing of a man. Dost thou hear, Iago? I will be found most cunning in my patience. But, dost thou hear? Most bloody. That's not amiss, but yet keep time and all. Will you withdraw? The fellow goes apart. Now will I question Cassio of Bianca, a huswife that by selling her desires buys herself bread and clothes. It is a creature that dotes on Cassio, as 'tis the strumpet's plague to beguile many, and be beguiled by one. He, when he hears of her, cannot refrain from the excess of laughter. Here he comes. Enter Cassio. As he shall smile, Othello shall go mad, and his unbookish jealousy must construe poor Cassio's smiles, gestures, and light behavior quite in the wrong. How do you now, Lieutenant? The worse, sir, that you give me the addition whose want even kills me. Ply Desdemona well, and you are sure on't. Now, if this suit lay in Bianca's power, how quickly should you speed? Alas, poor caitiff! Look how he laughs already. Iago. I never knew a woman loved man so. Cassio. Alas, poor rogue, I think i' faith she loves me. Now he denies it faintly and laughs it out. Iago. Do you hear, Cassio? Othello. Now he importunes him to tell it o'er. Go to, well said, well said. Iago. She gives it out that you shall marry her. Do you intend it? Cassio. Ha, ha, ha! Othello. Do you triumph, Roman? Do you triumph? Cassio. I marry her? What, a customer? I prithee bear some charity to my wit. Do not think it so unwholesome. Ha, ha, ha! So. Laugh. That wins. Iago. Faith, the cry goes, you shall marry her. Cassio. Prithee say true. Iago. I'm a very villain else. Othello. Have you scored me? Well. Cassio. This is the monkey's own giving out. She is persuaded I will marry her out of her own love and flattery, not out of my promise. Othello. Iago beckons me. Now he begins the story. Cassio. She was here even now. She haunts me in every place. I was t'other day talking on the sea bank with certain Venetians, and thither comes the bauble and falls me thus about my neck. Othello. Crying, oh dear Cassio, as it were. His gesture imports it. Cassio. So hangs and lolls and weeps upon me, so hails and pulls me. Now he tells how she plucked him to my chamber. Oh, I see that nose of yours. Not that dog I shall throw it to. Cassio. Well, I must leave her company. Iago. Before me, look where she comes. Cassio. 'Tis such another fit you. Marry a perfumed one. Enter Bianca. Cassio. What do you mean by this haunting of me? Bianca. Let the devil and his dam haunt you. What did you mean by that same handkerchief you gave me even now? I was a fine fool to take it. I must take out the work. A likely piece of work, that you should find it in your chamber and not know who left it there. This is some minx's token, and I must take out the work. There, give it your hobby horse wheresoever you had it. I'll take out no work on't. Cassio. How now, my sweet Bianca? How now, how now? Fellow. By heaven, that should be my handkerchief. Bianca. And you'll come to supper tonight you may, and you will not come when you are next prepared for. Iago. After. Cassio. Faith, I must. She'll rail i' the street else. Iago. Will you sup there? Cassio. Faith, I intend so. Iago. Well, I may chance to see you, for I would very fain speak with you. Cassio. Prithee come, will you? Iago. Go to, say no more. Exit Cassio. Othello advancing. How shall I murder him, Iago? Did you perceive how he laughed at his vice? Oh, Iago. And did you see the handkerchief? Was that mine? Yours by this hand. And to see how he prizes the foolish woman your wife. She gave it him, and he hath given it his whore. I would have him 9 years a-killing. A fine woman, a fair woman, a sweet woman. Nay, you must forget that. Aye, let her rot and perish and be damned tonight, for she shall not live. No, my heart is turned to stone. I strike it, and it hurts my hand. Oh, the world has not a sweeter creature. She might lie by an emperor's side and command him tasks. Nay, that's not your way. Hang her. I do but say what she is. So delicate with her needle, an admirable musician. Oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear. Of so high and plenteous wit and invention, she's the worse for all this. Oh, 1,000 times. And then of so gentle a condition. Aye, too gentle. Nay, that's certain. But yet, the pity of it, Iago. Oh, Iago, the pity of it, Iago. If you be so fond over her iniquity, give her patent to offend. For if it touches not you, it comes near nobody. I will chop her into messes. Cuckold me! Oh, 'tis foul in her, with mine officer. That's fouler. Get me some poison, Iago, this night. I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. This night, Iago. Do it not with poison. Strangle her in her bed, even the bed she hath contaminated. Good. The justice of it pleases. Very good. And for Cassio, let me be his undertaker. You shall hear more by midnight. Excellent, good. A trumpet. What trumpet is that saying? Something from Venice, sure. 'Tis Lodovico come from the Duke, and see, your wife is with him. Enter Lodovico, Desdemona, and attendants. Lodovico. God save you, worthy general. With all my heart, sir. The Duke and Senators of Venice greet you. Gives him a letter. I kiss the instrument of their pleasures. Opens the letter and reads. Desdemona. And what's the news, good cousin Lodovico? Iago. I'm very glad to see you, Signor. Welcome to Cyprus. Lodovico. I thank you. How does Lieutenant Cassio? Iago. Lives, sir. Desdemona. Cousin, there's fallen between him and my lord an unkind breach, but you shall make all well. Othello. Are you sure of that? My lord? This fail you not to do as you will. Lodovico. He did not call. He's busy in paper. Is there division twixt thy lord and Cassio? A most unhappy one. I would do much to atone them for the love I bear to Cassio. Fire and brimstone! Desdemona, my lord? Are you wise? What? Is he angry? Lodovico, maybe the letter moved him, for as I think they do command him home, deputing Cassio in his government. Desdemona, by my troth, I am glad on't. Othello, indeed? My lord? I am glad to see you mad. How, sweet Othello? Devil! Strikes her. I have not deserved this. Lodovico, my lord, this would not be believed in Venice, though I should swear I saw it. 'Tis very much. Make her amends. She weeps. Othello, oh, devil, devil! If that the earth could teem with women's tears, each drop she falls would prove a crocodile. Out of my sight! Desdemona going. I will not stay to offend you. Lodovico, truly an obedient lady. I do beseech your lordship, call her back. Mistress! My lord? What would you with her, sir? Lodovico, who, I, my lord? Aye. You did wish that I would make her turn. Sir, she can turn, and yet go on, and turn again. And she can weep, sir, weep. And she's obedient, as you say, obedient, very obedient. Proceed you in your tears. Concerning this, sir, oh, well-painted passion. I'm commanded here. Get you away, I'll send for you anon. Sir, I obey the mandate and will return to Venice. Hence, avaunt! Exit Desdemona. Cassio shall have my place. And, sir, tonight I do entreat that we may sup together. You are welcome, sir, to Cyprus. Goats and monkeys! Exit. Lodovico. Is this the noble Moor whom our full senate call all in all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion could not shake? Whose solid virtue the shot of accident nor dart of chance could neither graze nor pierce? Iago. He is much changed. Lodovico. Are his wits safe? Is he not light of brain? Iago. He's that he is. I may not breathe my censure. What he might be, if what he might he is not, I would to heaven he were. Lodovico. What? Strike his wife? Iago. Faith, that was not so well. Yet would I knew that stroke would prove the worst. Lodovico. Is it his use? Or did the letters work upon his blood and new create this fault? Iago. Alas, alas, it is not honesty in me to speak what I have seen and known. You shall observe him, and his own courses will denote him so that I may save my speech. Do but go after and mark how he continues. Lodovico. I am sorry that I am deceived in you. Exeunt. End of Act 4, Scene 1. The scene contained 280 lines. Line 6. It is hypocrisy against the devil, an attempt to cheat the devil. Lines 16 and 17. Iago. Our honor is an essence that's not seen. They have it very oft that have it not. People often have honor, receive outward respect, have no honor, possess no inward virtue. Lines 18-19. But for the handkerchief, Othello, by heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. The purpose of Iago's gross talk now appears. In the brief interval since Othello left the stage, in Act 3, Scene 4, his normal balance has begun to reassert itself, and the slanders have taken on unreality. Iago finds himself in a position of direst peril. For the moment, escapes by so nauseating his victim as to deprive him of the use of his reason. Lines 25 through 28. As knaves be such abroad, who having by their own importunate suit or voluntary dotage of some mistress, convinced, overcome those who needed importuning, or supplied them, satisfied those who doted voluntarily. Lines 35 through 44, Othello's speech beginning with lie with her, lie on her, and ending with his swooning. These are the disjointed ejaculations of an agonized man on the verge of collapse. There are a few phrases in it where the reference is not fairly clear. Line 63. A horned man's a monster and a beast. A horned man, a deceived husband. Line 65. And many a civil monster, a civilian monster. Lines 66 through 70. Good sir, be a man. Think every bearded fellow that's but yoked in matrimony, may draw with you, draw the same card, endure the same ignorance. There's millions now alive that nightly lie in those unproper beds, not their own beds, which they dare swear peculiar, their own. Line 72, to lip a wanton, to kiss a wanton in a secure, carefree couch, and to suppose her chaste. Line 74, no, let me know, and knowing what I am, I know what she shall be. That is, what I am to call her. Line 76, confine yourself but in a patient list, within the bounds of patience. Line 80, and laid good excuse upon your ecstasy, your fit. Line 82, do but encave yourself, conceal yourself. Lines 86 and 87, where, how oft, how long ago, and when he has and is again to cope, to encounter your wife. Lines 89 and 90, or I shall say you're all in spleen and nothing of a man, altogether given over to mere passionate impulse and not a real man. Line 93, but yet keep time in all, proceed fittingly in all. Line 102, and his unbookish jealousy, his unskilled jealousy. Lines 104 through 106. How do you now, Lieutenant Cassio? The worser that you give me the addition, the title, whose want even kills me. Line 110. Look how he laughs already. This line and all Othello's speeches down to line 170 are supposed to be spoken in his hiding place, where he is both visible and audible to the audience, but neither visible nor audible to Cassio and Iago. Line 119. Do you triumph, Roman? Do you triumph? Roman is used metaphorically in association with triumph. Line 120. I marry her. What? A customer? A prostitute? I prithee, bear some charity to my wit, to my intelligence. That's line 121. Do not think it so unwholesome, so unsound. Line 123, Othello says, so, laugh that wins. Let him laugh who wins. Line 145, 'tis such another fit you. Such another is a patronizingly fond intensive like modern such a. So he's saying such a fit you, and a fit you is an amorous creature, literally a polecat. Line 154. There, give it your hobby horse, your hobby. Lines 159 and 60. And you'll come to supper tonight. If you'll come to supper tonight, you may. And you will not, if you will not, come when you are next prepared. Next implying never. Line 186. Nay, that's not your way, Iago says. The way for you to think of Desdemona. Line 198. Give her patent to offend. Give her license to offend. Lines 205 and 6. Lest her body and beauty unprovide, unfit, weaken my mind again. Line 207. Do it not with poison. Strangle her in her bed. If poison were used, Iago would be an accomplice, and there might be no way to convict Othello of the crime. Moreover, Iago nowhere shows any malice against Desdemona. He may think Othello incapable of strangling her, and may mean to give her a chance of life. Line 211. And for Cassio, let me be his undertaker, his caretaker, that is, let me settle. Scene second. A room in the citadel. Enter Othello and Emilia. Othello. You have seen nothing, then? Nor ever heard, nor ever did suspect. Yes, you have seen Cassio and she together. But then I saw no harm, and then I heard each syllable that breath made up between them. What, did they never whisper? Never, my lord. Nor send you out of the way? Never. To fetch her fan, her gloves, her mask, nor nothing? Never, my lord. That's strange. I durst, my lord, to wager she is honest, lay down my soul at stake. If you think other, remove your thought. It doth abuse your bosom. If any wretch have put this in your head, let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse. For if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. Bid her come hither. Go. Exit Emilia. She says enough. Yet she's a simple board that cannot say as much. This is a subtle whore, a closet lock and key of villainous secrets, and yet she'll kneel and pray. I've seen her do it. Enter Desdemona and Emilia. Desdemona. My lord, what is your will? Pray, Chuck, come hither. What is your pleasure? Let me see your eyes. Look in my face. What horrible fancy's this? Fellow to Emilia. Some of your function, mistress. Leave procreance alone and shut the door. Cough or cry hem if anybody come. Your mystery, nay, dispatch. Exit Emilia. Desdemona. Upon my knees, what does your speech import? I understand a fury in your words, but not the words. Why, what art thou? Your wife, my lord, your true and loyal wife. Come, swear it, damn thyself, lest being like one of heaven, the devils themselves should fear to seize thee. Therefore be double damned. Swear thou art honest. Heaven doth truly know it. Heaven truly knows that thou art false as hell. To whom, my lord? With whom? How am I false? Oh, Desdemona, away, away, away. Alas, the heavy day! Why do you weep? Am I the motive of these tears, my lord? If haply you, my father, do suspect an instrument of this your calling back, lay not your blame on me. If you have lost him, why, I have lost him too. Had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had they rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, given to captivity me and my utmost hopes, I should have found in some part of my soul a drop of patience. But alas, to make me a fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow unmoving fingers at. Yet could I bear that too. Well, very well. But there, where I have garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no life, the fountain from the which my current runs or else dries up, to be discarded thence, or keep it as a cistern for foul toads to knot and gender in. Turn thy complexion there, Patience, thou young and rose-lipped cherubin. I here look grim as hell. I hope my noble lord esteems me honest. Oh, aye, as summer flies are in the shambles that quicken even with blowing. O thou black weed, why art so lovely fair? Thou smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Would thou hadst ne'er been born. Alas, what ignorant sin have I committed? Was this fair paper, this most goodly book, made to write whore on? What committed? Committed? O thou public commoner! I should make very forgers of my cheeks that would to cinders burn up modesty, did I but speak thy deeds. What committed? Heaven stops the nose at it, and the moon winks.
The bawdy wind that kisses all it meets is hushed within the hollow mine of earth, and will not hear it. What committed? Impudent strumpet!
By heaven, you do me wrong.
Are not you a strumpet?
No, as I am a Christian. If to preserve this vessel for my lord from any other foul unlawful touch be not to be a strumpet, I am none.
What, not a whore?
No, as I shall be saved.
Is't possible?
Oh, heaven, forgiveness!
I cry you mercy, then. I took you for that cunning whore of Venice that married with Othello. You, mistress, that have the office opposite to St. Peter and keep the gate of hell.
Enter Emilia.
You. We have done our course. There's money for your pains. I pray you turn the key and keep our accounts.
Exit. Emilia. Alas, what does this gentleman conceive? How do you, madam? How do you, my good lady? They are asleep. Good madam, what's the matter with my lord? With who? Why, with my lord, madam. Who is thy lord? He that is yours, sweet lady. I have none. Do not talk to me, Emilia. I cannot weep, nor answer have I none but what should go by water. Prithee, tonight lay on my bed our wedding sheets. Remember, and call thy husband hither. Emilia. Here is a change indeed. Exit. Desdemona. 'Tis meet I should be used so, very meet. How have I been behaved, that he might stick the smallest opinion on my greatest abuse? Enter Iago and Emilia. Iago. What is your pleasure, madam? How is't with you? I cannot tell. Those that do teach young babes do it with gentle means and easy tasks. He might have chid me so, for in good faith I am a child to chiding. What is the matter, lady? Emilia. Alas, Iago, my lord hath so behor'd her, thrown such despite and heavy terms upon her, as true hearts cannot bear. Desdemona. Am I that name, Iago? What name, fair lady? Such as she says my lord did say I was. Emilia. He called her whore. A beggar in his drink could not have laid such terms upon his callet. Why did he so? Desdemona. I do not know. I am sure I am none such. Do not weep. Alas, the day. Emilia. As she forsook so many noble matches, her father and her country and her friends, to be called whore, would it not make one weep? Desdemona. It is my wretched fortune. Iago. Beshrew him for't. How comes this trick upon him? Desdemona. Nay, heaven doth know. Emilia. I will be hanged if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating rogue, some cogging, cozening slave, to get some office, have not devised this slander. I'll be hanged else. Iago. Fie, there is no such man. It is impossible. Desdemona. If any such there be, heaven pardon him. Emilia. A halter pardon him, and hell gnaw his bones. Why should he call her whore? Who keeps her company? What place, what time, what form, what likelihood? The Moor's abused by some outrageous knave, some base notorious knave, some scurvy fellow. O heaven, that such companions thou'dst unfold, and put in every honest hand a whip, to lash the rascal naked through the world, even from the east to the west. Iago, speak within doors. Emilia. O fie upon him! Some such squire he was that turned your wit the seamy side without, and made you suspect me with the Moor. Iago. You're a fool. Go to. Desdemona. O good Iago, what shall I do to win my lord again? Good friend, go to him, for by this light of heaven I know not how I lost him. Here I kneel. If e'er my will did trespass 'gainst his love, either in discourse of thought or actual deed, or that mine eyes, mine ears, or any sense delighted them in any other form, or that I do not yet, and ever did, and ever will, though he do shake me off to beggarly divorcement, love him dearly, comfort forswear me. Unkindness may do much, and his unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love. I cannot say whore. It is abhor me now I speak the word. To do the act that might the addition earn, not the world's massive vanity could make me. Iago, I pray you be content. 'Tis but his humour. The business of the state does him offence, and he does chide with you. Desdemona, if 'twere no other. Trumpets within. Iago, 'tis but so I warned you. Hark how these instruments summon you to supper, and the great messengers of Venice stay. Go in, and weep not. All things shall be well. Exeunt. Enter Roderigo. How now, Roderigo? I do not find that thou dealst justly with me. What in the contrary? Every day thou daffest me with some device, Iago, and rather, as it seems to me, thou keepest from me all conveniency than suppliest me with the least advantage of hope. I will indeed no longer endure it, nor am I yet persuaded to put up in peace what already I have foolishly suffered. Will you hear me, Roderigo? Faith, I've heard too much, for your words and performance are no kin together. Charge me most unjustly, with naught but truth. I've wasted myself out of my means. The jewels you have had from me to deliver to Desdemona would have half corrupted a votarist. You've told me she has received them, and returned me expectations and comforts of sudden respect and acquittance, but I find none. Well, go to. Very well. Very well, go to. I cannot go to, man. Nor 'tis not very well. By this hand I say 'tis very scurvy, and begin to find myself fopped in it. Very well. I tell you 'tis not very well. I will make myself known to Desdemona. If she will return me my jewels, I will give over my suit, and repent my unlawful solicitation. If not, assure yourself I will seek satisfaction of you. You have said now? Aye, and said nothing but what I protest intendment of doing. Why, now I see there's metal in thee, and even from this instant do build on thee a better opinion than ever before. Give me thy hand, Roderigo. Thou hast taken against me a most just exception, but yet I protest I have dealt most directly in thy affair. It hath not appeared. I grant indeed it hath not appeared, and your suspicion is not without wit and judgment. But, Roderigo, if thou hast that within thee indeed which I have greater reason to believe now than ever, I mean purpose, courage, and valor, this night show it. If thou the next night following enjoyest not Desdemona, take me from this world with treachery, and devise engines for my life. Well, what is it? Is it within reason and compass? Sir, there is a special commission come from Venice to depute Cassio in Othello's place. Is that true? Why, then Othello and Desdemona return again to Venice. Oh, no, he goes into Mauritania, and takes away with him the fair Desdemona, unless his abode be lingered here by some accident, wherein none can be so determined as the removing of Cassio. How do you mean, removing of him? By making him incapable of Othello's place, knocking out his brains. And that you would have me to do? Aye, if you dare do yourself a profit and right. He sups tonight with a harlotry, and thither will I go to him. He knows not yet of his honourable fortune. If you will watch his going thence, which I will fashion to fall out between 12 and 1, you may take him at your pleasure. I will be near to second your attempt, and he shall fall between us. Come, stand not amazed at it, but go along with me. I will show you such a necessity in his death that you shall think yourself bound to put it on him. It is now high supper time, and the night grows to waste. About it. I will hear further reason for this. and you shall be satisfied. Exeunt. End of Act 4, Scene 2. The scene contained 247 lines. Line 20, this is a subtle whore. The reference is to Emilia. 21, a closet, lock, and key of villainous secrets, an instrument of concealment. And line 26, some of your function, mistress, to Emilia. That is, some of your profession, that is, of a procuress. Line 29, your mystery, your trade. Lines 53 and 54, a fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow, unmoving fingers at. This noble image seems to be printed correctly in the first quarto. The folio somewhat garbles it. The fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow and moving finger at. And the commentators have garbled it still more. Othello pictures himself as one of the figures on the dial of scorn's clock, pointed at by scorn's two hands or fingers, fingers which move so slowly as not to seem to move at all, and yet move through all eternity. Lines 56 through 59. But there where I have garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no light, the fountain from the which my current runs or else dries up. Dr. Johnson very strangely objected to this masterly pair of metaphors, the grain garner and the fountain, elemental food and drink, the two sustaining principles represented by Desdemona, without which Othello cannot live. Line 61, for foul toads to not engender in, gender meaning engender, multiply. Lines 61 and 62, turn thy complexion there, patience, thou young and rose-lipped cherubim. Look on that sight and blush. Young and rose-lipped patience at such a spectacle will become a fire-red cherub. Cherubim is a plural form used with a singular signification by a common mistake. That the cherub was traditionally painted with a scarlet countenance is vouched for by Chaucer's phrase, a fire-red cherub in his face. Prologue, line 624. Line 63, I here look grim as hell. A bleak and tortured line not to be improved by emendation. Here I stand, says Othello, so unlike the cherubim, so black and desperate. Lines 65 and 66. Oh, I, as summer flies are in the shambles that quicken even with blowing. The reference is to the blowfly, which lays its eggs on meat, that is, in a shambles, and again becomes pregnant, quickened, the very instant it has laid a batch of eggs, blown. Line 88. O heaven, forgiveness, Desdemona says, meaning grant me power to forgive this. Line 94. I pray you turn the key, open the door, and keep our counsel. Lines 102 and 3. I cannot weep, nor answer have I none but what should go by water, what should express itself in tears. Lines 107 and 8. That he might stick the smallest opinion on my greatest abuse, that he might even slightly regard my worst offense as an offense. Line 122, could not have laid such terms upon his caliph, basest of low women. Line 129 and line 130, beshrew him for it, how comes this trick upon him, this trick, this forget. Line 133, some cogging, cozening slave, some deceiving, cheating slave. Line 135, Iago says, fie, there is no such man, it is impossible. Not a shallow lie, probably, but Iago's confession to himself that mere self-interest would not account for what he is doing. Line 142, O heaven, that such companions thou'dst unfold, that you would expose such base fellows. Line 145, speak within doors, Iago says to Emilia, meaning quiet, not from the housetops. Line 154, either in discourse of thought or actual deed, either in daydreaming or actual fact. Line 160, comfort forswear me, may happiness forsake me. Line 165, not the world's mass of vanity, of vain treasure, could make me. 176, every day thou dampest me, you put me up. 194 and 195, by this hand I say 'tis very scurvy, and begin to find myself fopped in, swindled in. Line 219, devise engines for my life, plots against my life. Line 226, oh no, he goes into Mauritania, the supposed land of the Moors. It is on such expressions as this, and Iago's Barbary in Act 1, Scene 1, that those rely who wish to prove that Shakespeare thought of Othello as a bronze-colored Moor, while those who maintain that he conceived of him as a jet-black, full-blooded Negro cite Act 1, Scene 1, thick lips, Act 1, Scene 2, sooty bosom, Act 3, Scene 3, begrimed and black as mine own face, etc. Ignorantly or by intention, Shakespeare has combined distinct ethnic traits to produce the blend of romance and realism that the tragedy called for. There is no reason to believe that Othello is, as Iago says, returning to Mauritania. Line 244, the night grows to waste, is wasting away. Scene 3rd, state bedroom in the citadel. Enter Othello, Lodovico, Desdemona, Emilia, and attendants. Note, after supper they've been showing Lodovico the living quarters in the citadel. He's now about to leave. Lodovico, I do beseech you, sir, trouble yourself no further. Othello, oh, pardon me, 'twill do me good to walk. Lodovico, Madam, good night. I humbly thank your ladyship. Desdemona, your honor is most welcome. Othello, will you walk, sir? Oh, Desdemona. My lord? Get you to bed at the instant. I will be returned forthwith. Dispatch your attendant there. Look it be done. I will, my lord. Exit. Othello with Lodovico and attendants. Emilia. How goes it now? He looks gentler than he did. He says he will return incontinent. He hath commanded me to go to bed and bade me to dismiss you. Dismiss me? It was his bidding. Therefore, good Emilia, give me my nightly wearing, and adieu. We must not now displease him. Emilia, I would you had never seen him. Desdemona, so would not I. My love doth so approve him, that even his stubbornness, his checks and frowns, prithee unpin me, have grace and favour in them. I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed. All's one. Good faith, how foolish are our minds! If I do die before thee, prithee shroud me in one of those same sheets. Come, come, you talk. My mother had a maid called Barbary. She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. She had a song of willow, an old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song tonight will not go from my mind. I have much to do but to go hang my head all at one side and sing it like poor Barbary. Prithee dispatch. Shall I go fetch your nightgown? No, unpin me here. This Lodovico is a proper man. A very handsome man. He speaks well. I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot to Palestine for a touch of his nether lip. Desdemona sings. The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her and murmured her moans, sing all a green willow. Her salt tears fell from her and softened the stones, sing willow, lay by these, willow, willow. Prithee hide thee, he'll come anon. Sing all a green willow must be my garland. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. Hey, that's not next. Hark, who is it that knocks? It is the wind. I called my love false love, but what said he then? Sing all a green willow. If I court more women, You'll couch with more men. Now get thee gone. Good night. Mine eyes do itch. Does that bode weeping? 'Tis neither here nor there. I've heard it said so. Oh, these men, these men! Dost thou in conscience think, tell me, Amelia, that there be women do abuse their husbands in such gross kind? There be some such, no question. Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? Why, would not you? No, by this heavenly light. Nor I neither, by this heavenly light. I might do it as well in the dark. Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? The world is a huge thing. It is a great price for a small vice. Good troth, I think thou wouldst not. By my troth, I think I should, and undo it when I had done it. Marry, I would not do such a thing for a joint ring, nor for measures of lawn, nor for gowns, petticoats, nor caps, nor any petty exhibition, but for the whole world. God's pity, who would not make a husband a cuckold to make him a monarch? I should venture purgatory for it. Beshrew me if I would do such a wrong for the whole world. Why, the wrong is but a wrong in the world, and having the world for your labor, 'tis a wrong in your own world, and you might quickly make it right. I do not think there is any such woman. Yes, a dozen, and as many to the vantage as would store the world they played for. But I do think it is their husbands' faults if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties, and pour our treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us. Or say they strike us, or scant our former habit in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them. They see and smell, and have their palates both for sweet and sour, as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth affection breed it? I think it doth. Is it frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have not we affections, desires for sport and frailty, as men have? Then let 'em use us well, else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. Good night, good night. God me such usage send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad men. Exit. End of Act 4, Scene 3, and end of Act 4. The scene had 106 lines. In line 2, Othello says, "Oh, pardon me, 'twill do me good to walk." Don't mention it. Do me good to walk. In line 12, he says he will return incontinent immediately. In line 29, "An old thing 'twas." As this indicates, the famous Willow song, which follows, was not original with Shakespeare. It was perhaps first written for a man by John Haywood, the epigrammatist, in the reign of Henry VIII. A version exists for Elizabethan music. Lines 84 and 85. Desdemona, "I do not think there is any such woman." Emilia, "Yes, a dozen, and as many to the vantage, as many to boot in addition, as would store the world they played for." Line 92. "Or scant our former having in despite," or out of spite, cut down on our allowance or pin money. Line 93. "Why, we have galls," spirit to resent injury. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them, sensations, feelings. Lines 105 and 6. "God me such usage send, such code of conduct send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad men, not to be corrupted by bad example, but take it as a warning." Act 5. Scene 1st. A street near Bianca's lodging. Enter Iago and Roderigo. Iago. "Here, stand behind this box. Straight will he come. Wear thy good rapier bare, and put it home. Quick, quick. Fear nothing, I'll be at thy elbow. It makes us or it mars us. Think of that, and fix most firm thy resolution. Be near at hand, I may miscarry in it. Here, at thy hand, be bold and take thy stand. Retires. Roderigo. I have no great devotion to the deed, and yet he has given me satisfying reasons. 'Tis but a man gone. Forth my sword. He dies. Iago. I have rubbed this young quat almost to the sense, and he grows angry. Now, whether he kill Cassio, or Cassio him, or each to kill the other, every way makes my gain. Live, Roderigo. He calls me to a restitution large of gold and jewels that I bobbed from him and as gifts to Desdemona. It must not be. If Cassio do remain, he has a daily beauty in his life that makes me ugly. Besides, the Moor may unfold me to him. There stand I in peril. No, he must die. Be it so. I hear him coming. Enter Cassio. Roderigo. I know his gait. 'Tis he. Villain, thou diest. Makes a pass at Cassio. Cassio. That thrust had been my enemy indeed, but that my coat is better than thou thinkst. I will make proof of thine. Draws and wounds Roderigo. Roderigo. Oh, I am slain. Iago from behind wounds Cassio in the leg and exit. Cassio. I am maimed forever. Light ho! Murder! Murder! Falls. Enter Othello at a distance. Othello. The voice of Cassio. Iago keeps his word. Roderigo. Oh, villain that I am. Othello. Bark, 'tis even so. Cassio. Oh, help, ho! Light! A surgeon! Othello. 'Tis he. O brave Iago, honest and just, that hast such noble sense of thy friend's wrong. Thou teachest me. Minion, your dear lies dead, and your fate hies apace. Strumpet, I come. Forth of my heart those charms, thine eyes are blotted. Thy bed lust-stained shall with lust's blood be spotted. Exit Othello. Enter Lodovico and Gratiano at a distance. Cassio. What ho! No watch? No passage? Murder! Murder! Gratiano. 'Tis some mischance. The cry is very direful. Cassio. Oh, help! Lodovico. What? Roderigo. Oh, wretched villain! Lodovico. 2 or 3 grow. It is a heavy night. These may be counterfeits. Let's think unsafe to come into the cry without more help. Roderigo. Nobody come. Then shall I bleed to death. Lodovico. Hark! Enter Iago with a light. Gratiano. Here's one comes in his shirt with light and weapons. Iago. Who's there? Whose noise is this that cries on murder? Lodovico. We do not know. Iago. Did not you hear a cry? Cassio. Here, for heaven's sake, help me. Iago. What's the matter? Gratiano. This is Othello's ancient, as I take it. Lodovico. The same indeed, a very valiant fellow. Iago. What are you here that cry so grievously? Cassio. Iago. Oh, I'm spoiled, undone by villains. Give me some help. Iago. Oh, my lieutenant, what villains have done this? Cassio. I think that one of them is hereabout and cannot make away. Iago. Oh, treacherous villains! To Lodovico and Gratiano. What are you there? Come in and give some help. Roderigo. Oh, help me here. Cassio. That's one of them. Iago. Oh, murderous slave! Oh, villain! Stabs Roderigo. Roderigo. Oh, damned Iago! Oh, inhuman dog! Iago. Kill men of the dark? Where be those bloody thieves? How silent is this town! Oh, murder! Murder! What may you be? Are you of good or evil? Lodovico. As you shall prove us, praise us. Iago. Signor Lodovico?
Lodovico, he, sir. Iago, I cry you mercy. Here's Cassio hurt by villains. Gratiano, Cassio. Iago, how is it, brother? Cassio, my leg is cut in two. Iago, Mary, heaven forbid. Light, gentlemen. I'll bind it with my shirt. Enter Bianca. Bianca, what is the matter, ho? Who is that cried? Iago, who is that cried? Bianca, oh, my dear Cassio, oh, my sweet Cassio, Cassio, Cassio. Iago, oh, notable strumpet. Cassio, may you suspect who they should be that thus have mangled you? Cassio, no. Gratiano, I'm sorry to find you thus. I've been to seek you. Iago, lend me a garter. So. Oh, for a chair to bear him easily hence. Bianca, alas, he faints. Oh, Cassio, Cassio, Cassio. Iago, gentlemen all, I do suspect this trash to bear a part in this. Patience a while, good Cassio. Come, come, lend me a light. Know we this face, or no? Alas, my friend and my dear countryman, Roderigo? No. Yes. Oh, heaven! Roderigo! Gratiano. What, of Venice? Iago. Even he, sir. Did you know him?
We hope you enjoy hearing this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear Scourby's classic book readings.
Gratiano. Know him? Aye. Iago. Signor Gratiano, I cry you gentle pardon. These bloody accidents must excuse my manners that so neglected you. Gratiano. I'm glad to see you. Iago. How do you, Cassio? Oh, a chair, a chair. Gratiano. Roderigo. A chair brought in. Iago. 'Tis he. Oh, that's well said, the chair. Some good man bear him carefully from hence. I'll fetch the general surgeon. To Bianca. For you, mistress, save you your labor. He that lies slain here, Cassio, was my dear friend. What malice was betwixt you? Cassio. None in the world, nor do I know the man. Iago. To Bianca. What, look you pale? Oh, bear him out of the air. Cassio borne off. Stay you, good gentleman. Look you pale, mistress? Do you perceive the ghastness of her eye? Nay, if you stare, we shall hear more anon. Behold her well. I pray you look upon her. You see, gentlemen? Nay, guiltiness will speak, though tongues were out of use. Enter Emilia. Emilia. Lass, what's the matter? What's the matter, husband? Iago. Cassio has here been set on in the dark by Roderigo and fellows that are scaped. He's almost slain, and Roderigo dead. Emilia. Alas, good gentleman. Alas, good Cassio. Iago. This is the fruit of hoarding. Pray, Emilia, go know of Cassio where he supped tonight. What, do you shake at that? Bianca. He supped at my house, but I therefore shake not. Iago. Oh, did he so? I charge you, go with me. Emilia. Fie, fie upon thee, strumpet. Bianca. I am no strumpet, but of life as honest as you that thus abuse me. Emilia. As I. Oh, fie upon thee. Iago. Kind gentlemen, let's go see poor Cassio dressed. Come, mistress, you must tell us another tale. Emilia, run you to the citadel and tell my lord and lady what has happed. Will you go on afore? Aside. This is the night that either makes me or fordoes me quite. Exeunt. End of Act 5, Scene 1. The scene contained 129 lines. In line 11, Iago, I have rubbed this young quat almost to the sense. I have rubbed this young pimple, modern scab, to the quick. In line 14, or rather in lines
12 through 14. Now whether he kill Cassio, or Cassio him, or each do kill the other, every way makes my gain. This is wishful thinking. Nothing would now save Iago, but for Cassio and Roderigo each neatly to eliminate the other, and nobody ask intelligent questions afterward. Immediately following, on line 14, live Roderigo means if Roderigo live. In line 16, gold and jewels that I bobbed from him. Bobbed means cheated him out of. Lines 18 through 19. If Cassio do remain, he has a daily beauty in his life that makes me ugly. This shows the collapse of Iago's philosophy. The only daily beauty in Cassio's life is the beauty of loyal devotion to his commander, over which Iago had made so merry in Act 1, Scene 1. Line 25, but that my coat is better than thou thinkst. Coat means that he wore defensive armor under his outer garments. In line 27, stage direction, enter Othello at a distance. He has seen Lodovico to his lodging and is returning. In line 33, Minion, your dear lies dead. Minion means hussy. Line 37, Cassio, what ho, no watch, no passage. Passage, passes by. Line 42, it is a heavy night, a doleful night. Line 48, whose noise is this that cries on murder, that shouts mirth. Line 126, Emilia, run you to the citadel. Iago's purpose here is debatable. Did he wish Emilia to intervene in time to save Desdemona's life? Did he wish her message to shame Othello into a murder he might not otherwise commit? And in line 128, when Iago says, will you go on afore? This is addressed to the kind gentleman of line 124. The purpose is to leave Iago for a moment alone on the stage. Act 5th, Scene 2nd. State bedroom in the citadel. Enter Othello with a light, and Desdemona in her bed. Note, phrased as in the second quarto, lest full in first quarto and following. On the Elizabethan stage, Othello would enter, and drawing the curtain before the rear stage under the balcony, reveal Desdemona in bed. See. It is the cause. It is the cause, my soul. Let me not name it to you, chase the stars. It is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow, and smooth as monumental alabaster. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningst pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light renew. When I have plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital growth again. It needs must wither. I'll smell it on the tree. He kisses her. O balmy breath that doth almost persuade justice to break her sword. One more, one more. Thee thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee, and love thee after. Once more, and this the last. So sweet was ne'er so fatal. I must weep. They are cruel tears. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. She wakes. Who's there? Othello? Hi, Desdemona. Will you come to bed, my lord? Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona? Aye, my lord. If you bethink yourself of any crime unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. Alas, my lord, what may you mean by that? Well, do it and be brief. I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit. No, heaven forfend. I would not kill thy soul. Talk you of killing? Aye, I do. Then heaven have mercy on me. Amen, with all my heart. If you say so, I hope you will not kill me. And yet I fear you, for you are fatal then when your eyes roll so. Why I should fear, I know not, since guiltiness I know not, but yet I feel I fear. Think on thy sins. They are loves I bear to you. Aye, for that thou diest. That death's unnatural that kills for loving. Alas, why gnaw you so your nether lip? Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. These are portents, but yet I hope they do not point on me. Peace and be still. I will so. What's the matter? That handkerchief which I so loved and gave thee, thou gavest to Cassio. No, by my life and soul, send for the man and ask him. Sweet soul, take heed of perjury. Thou art on thy deathbed. Aye, but not yet to die. Yes, presently. Therefore confess thee freely of thy sin. For to deny each article with oath cannot remove nor choke the strong conception that I do groan withal. Thou art to die. Then Lord have mercy on me. I say Amen. And have you mercy too. I never did offend you in my life, never loved Cassio, but with such general warranty of heaven as I might love. I never gave him token. By heaven, I saw my handkerchief in his hand. Oh, perjured woman, thou dost stone my heart and makest me call what I intend to do a murder, which I thought a sacrifice. I saw the handkerchief. He found it, then. I never gave it him. Send for him hither. Let him confess a truth. He has confessed. What, my lord? That he hath death. Oh, unlawfully? Aye. He will not say so. No. His mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath ta'en order for it. No. My fear interprets. What? Is he dead? Had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all. Alas, he is betrayed, and I undone. O strumpet, weep'st thou for him to my face? Oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not. Down, strumpet! Kill me tomorrow, let me live tonight. Nay, and you strive. But half an hour. Being done, there is no pause. But while I say one prayer, it is too late. He stifles her. Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord! Emilia calls within. My lord, my lord! What ho, my lord, my lord! Othello, what noise is this? Not dead, not yet quite dead. I that am cruel and yet merciful, I would not have thee linger in thy pain. So. Emilia within. But ho, my lord, my lord! Who's there? Oh, good my lord, I'd speak a word with you. Yes, 'tis Emilia. By and by. She's dead. 'Tis like she comes to speak of Cassio's death. The noise was high. Ah, no more moving. Still as the grave. Shall she come in? We're good. I think she stirs again. No. What's the best? If she come in, she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife? My wife? What wife? I have no wife. Oh, insupportable! Oh, heavy hour! Methinks it should be now a huge eclipse of sun and moon, and that the affrighted globe should yawn at alteration. I do beseech you that I may speak with you, O good my lord.
I had forgot thee. Oh, come in, Amelia. Soft, by and by. Let me the curtains draw. Where art thou?
Unlocks the door. Enter Amelia.
What's the matter with thee now?
Oh, my good lord, yonder's foul murder's done.
What, now?
But now, my lord.
It is the very error of the moon. She comes more near the earth than she was wont, and makes men mad.
Cassio, my lord, has killed a young Venetian called Roderigo.
Roderigo killed? And Cassio killed?
No, Cassio is not killed.
Not Cassio killed? And murder's out of tune, and sweet revenge grows harsh. Desdemona.
Oh, falsely murdered.
Amelia.
Oh, Lord, what cry is that?
That? What?
Out and alas, it is my lady's voice. Help! Help, ho! Help! Oh, lady, speak again. Sweet Desdemona, oh, sweet mistress, speak. A guiltless death I die. Oh, who has done this deed? Nobody. I, myself. Farewell. Commend me to my kind lord. Farewell.
She dies. Othello. Why? How should she be murdered? Amelia.
Alas, who knows?
You heard her say herself it was not I.
She said so. I must needs report her truth.
She's like a liar gone to burning hell. Was I that killed her?
Oh, the more angel she, and you the blacker devil.
She turned to folly, and she was a whore.
Thou dost belie her, and thou art a devil.
She was false as water.
Thou art rash as fire to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly true.
Cassio did top her. Ask thy husband else. Oh, I were damned beneath all depth in hell, but that I did proceed upon just grounds to this extremity. Thy husband knew it all.
My husband
Thy husband.
was false to wedlock?
Aye, with Cassio. Nay, had she been true, if heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'd not have sold her for it.
My husband?
Aye, 'twas he that told me first. An honest man he is, and hates the slime that sticks on filthy deeds.
My husband?
What needs this iterance, woman? I say thy husband.
Oh, mistress, villainy hath made mocks with love. My husband say that she was false?
He, woman. I say thy husband. Dost understand the word? My friend, thy husband. Honest Iago.
If he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart. She was too fond of her most filthy bargain.
Ah!
Do thy worst. This deed of thine is no more worthy heaven than thou wast worthy her.
Peace, you were best.
Thou hast not half the power to do me harm as I have to be hurt. O gull! O dolt, as ignorant as dirt! Thou hast done a deed. I care not for thy sword. I'll make thee known, though I lost 20 lives. Help! Help! Oh, help! The Moor has killed my mistress! Murder! Murder!
Enter Montano, Gratiano, Iago, and others. Montano. What is the matter? How now, General?
Emilia. Oh, are you come, Iago? You have done well, that men must lay their murders on your neck.
Gratiano. What is the matter?
Emilia. Disprove this villain if thou beest a man. He says thou toldst him that his wife was false. I know thou didst not. Thou art not such a villain. Speak, for my heart is full.
I told him what I thought, and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true.
But did you ever tell him she was false?
I did.
You told a lie. An odious, damned lie, upon my soul a lie, a wicked lie. She false with Cassio? Did you say with Cassio?
With Cassio, mistress. Go to, charm your tongue.
I will not charm my tongue. I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed.
Oh, heavens forfend!
Emilia. And your reports have set the murder on.
Othello. Nay, stare not, masters. It is true indeed.
Gratiano. 'Tis a strange truth.
Montano.
Oh, monstrous act! Emilia. Villainy, villainy, villainy! I think upon't. I think't, I smelt. Oh, villainy! I thought so then. I'll kill myself for grief. Oh, villainy, villainy!
Iago. What, are you mad? I charge you, get you home.
Emilia. Good gentleman, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home.
Othello.
Oh, oh, oh!
Othello falls on the bed. Emilia.
Nay, lay thee down and roar, for thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye. Oh, she was foul! I scarce did know you, uncle. There lies your niece, whose breath indeed these hands have newly stopped. I know this act shows terrible and grim.
Gratiano.
Poor Desdemone, I am glad thy father's dead.
Thy match was mortal to him, and pure grief shore his old bread atwain. Did he live now, this sight would make him do a desperate turn. Yea, curse his better angel from his side, and fall to reprobation. Othello.
'Tis pitiful.
But yet Iago knows that she, with Cassio, hath the act of shame 1,000 times committed. Cassio confessed it, and she did gratify his amorous works with the recognizance and pledge of love which I first gave her. I saw it in his hand. It was an handkerchief, an antique token my father gave my mother. Emilia.
Oh, God! Oh, heavenly God!
Iago. Zounds, hold your peace.
Emilia. 'Twill out, 'twill out. I hold my peace, sir, no. No, I will speak as liberal as the North. Let heaven and men and devils, let them all cry shame against me, yet I'll speak.
Be wise and get you home.
I will not.
Iago threatens Emilia. Gratiano. Fie, your sword upon a woman? Emilia.
Oh, thou dull boor! That handkerchief thou speak'st of I found by fortune, and did give my husband. For often with a solemn earnestness, more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it.
Iago. Villainous whore!
She give it, Cassio? No, alas, I found it, and I did give it my husband.
Filth, thou liest!
By heaven, I do not, gentlemen.
To Othello.
Oh, murderous coxcomb! What should such a fool do with so good a wife?
Othello. Are there no stones in heaven but what serves for the thunder? Precious villain! The Moor runs at Iago. Iago kills his wife. Gratiano. The woman falls. Sure he has killed his wife. Exit Iago.
Emilia. I. Oh, lay me by my mistress' side.
Gratiano. He's gone, but his wife's killed. Montano. 'Tis a notorious villain. To Gratiano. Take you this weapon, which I have here recovered from the Moor. Come, guard the door without. Let him not pass, but kill him rather. I'll after that same villain, for 'tis a damned slave.
Exeunt Montano and Gratiano. Othello. I am not valiant neither, but every puny whipster gets my sword. But why should honor outlive honesty? Let it go, all. Emilia. What did thy song bode, lady? Oh, canst thou hear me? I will play the swan and die in music. Willow, willow, willow. Moor, she was chaste. She loved thee, cruel Moor. So come my soul to bliss as I speak true. So, speaking as I think, I die. I die. She dies. Fellow, I have another weapon in this chamber. It is a sword of Spain, the ice brook's temper. Oh, here it is. Uncle, I must come forth. Gratiano within. If thou attempt it, it will cost thee dear. Thou hast no weapon, and perforce must suffer. Look in upon me then, and speak to me, for naked as I am, I will assault thee. Enter Gratiano. What is the matter? Behold, I have a weapon. A better never did itself sustain upon a soldier's thigh. I've seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stock. But oh, vain boast! Who can control his fate? It is not so now. Be not afraid, though you do see me wept. Here is my journey's end. Here is my butt and very sea mark of my utmost sail. Do you go back dismayed? 'Tis a lost fear. Man but a rush against Othello's breast, and he retires. Where should Othello go? Thou, how dost thou look now? O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock. When we shall meet at count, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed, cursed slave! Whip me, ye devils, from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds. Roast me in sulphur. Wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. Oh, Desdemona! Desdemona dead! Oh! 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 Enter Lodovico, Montano, Iago, prisoner, and officers, Cassio in a chair. Lodovico. Where is this rash and most unfortunate man? Othello. That's he that was Othello. Here I am. Lodovico. Where is that piper? Bring the villain forth. Othello. I looked down towards his feet. But that's a fable. If that thou beest a devil, I cannot kill thee. Wounds Iago. Lodovico. Wring his sword from him. Iago. I bleed, sir, but not killed. Othello. I am not sorry neither. I'd have thee live, for in my sense 'tis happiness to die. Lodovico. O thou Othello that wert once so good, fallen in the practice of a damned slave, what shall be said to thee? Why, anything. An honorable murderer, if you will, for naught did I in hate, but all in honor. Lodovico. This wretch hath part confessed his villainy. Did you and he consent in Cassio's death? Aye. Cassio. Dear General, I did never give you cause. I do believe it. I ask your pardon. Will you, I pray, demand that
demi-devil, why he hath thus ensnared my soul and body. Demand me nothing. What you know, you know. From this time forth I never will speak word. Lodovico, what, not to pray? Gratiano, torments will ope your lips. Othello, well, thou dost best. Lodovico, sir, you shall understand what hath befallen, which as I think you know not. Here is a letter found in the pocket of the slain Roderigo, and here another. The one of them imports the death of Cassio to be undertook by Roderigo. Othello, oh, villain! Cassio, most heathenish and most gross. Lodovico, now here's another discontented paper found in his pocket too, and this it seems Roderigo meant to have sent this damned villain, but that belike Iago in the nick came in and satisfied him. Othello, oh, the pernicious caitiff! How came you, Cassio, by that handkerchief that was my wife's? I found it in my chamber, and he himself confessed it even now, that there he dropped it for a special purpose which wrought to his desire. Othello, oh, fool, fool, fool! Cassio, there is besides in Roderigo's letter how he upbraids Iago, that he made him brave me upon the watch, whereon it came that I was cast. And even but now he spake, after long seeming dead. Iago hurt him, Iago set him on. Lodovico, you must forsake this room and go with us. Your power and your command is taken off, and Cassio rules in Cyprus. For this slave, if there be any cunning cruelty that can torment him much and hold him long, it shall be his. You shall close prisoner rest, till that the nature of your fault be known to the Venetian state. Come, bring him away. Fellow, soft you. A word or two before you go. I have done the state some service, and they know it. No more of that. I pray you in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of them as they are. Nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well, of one not easily jealous, being wrought, perplexed in the extreme, of one whose hand, like the base Indian, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe, of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drops tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinable gum. Set you down this, and say besides, that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traduced the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog, and smote him thus. He stabbed himself. Lodovico, oh, bloody period. Shadow, all that spoke is marred. I kissed thee ere I killed thee. No way but this. Killing myself. To die upon a kiss. He dies. Cassio, this did I fear, but thought he had no weapon, for he was great of heart. Lodovico to Iago. O Spartan dog, more fell than anguish, hunger, or the sea, look on the tragic loading of this bed. This is thy work. The object poisons sight, let it be hid. Gratiano, keep the house, and seize upon the fortunes of the Moor, for they succeed to you. To you, Lord Governor, remains the censure of this hellish villain, the time, the place, the torture. Oh, enforce it. Myself will straight aboard, and to the state this heavy act with heavy heart relate.
End of The Tragedy of Othello, The Moor of Venice, by William Shakespeare.
read by Alexander Scourby.
Thank you for listening to this classic book reading by Alexander Scourby on our YouTube channel. To hear more classic books, click the playlist link in the description box below. Please subscribe, like, and share the link with others so they too can hear the Scourby classic book readings.